lights are off. Flying through the hallway like a disco moth. Hitching to the couch, then I loop through the fan. My tiny whoop's grooving like a funky jam. I dip through the doorway, spin by the cab, bounce off the toaster, yeah, I meant to do that. Neighbors knocking, saying, what's that sound? It's my brush motor soul train getting down. Flying through the curtain, dancing on breeze, freestyle funk in my living room with ease. Tiny whoop magic, bumping every wall. I'm the James Brown of flight, can't stop it all. I got LED strobes and a shag rug trail. I'm looping through the lava lamp, leaving a tail. My whoop's got rhythm, my stick's got soul. I'm the pilot of the party. On a roll, TV remote's a gate, the lamps a dive. I'm flying like it's 7.5. No GPS, no rules, no shame. Just a funky little quad in a soul train frame. We fly that flow, grab that gap. No time to nap, no time to nap. Hit that roll, funk and control, bounce that wall, we fly it all, we fly it all. TinyWhoop love, funky and free. We fly indoors, we fly with glee. Whoop it, loop it, groove it, move it, bounce it, flip it, funk it, rip it, fly that soul, don't lose control. TinyWhoop love gonna make you whole. I thread the needle through the vinyl stacks, bounce off the mirror ball, never looking back. My quad's got soul, it's got style, it's got sass. It dips through the incense like a blast from the past. I'm flying figure eights through the lava lamp glow, dodging house plants like a funky pro. My whoop's got rhythm, my sticks got heat. I'm the pilot of the party with the grooviest beat. I loop through the hallway, I dive by the broom. I'm the disco ghost in your living room. I hit that split that's over grandma's chair. She just claps and says, boy, you got flair. I'm flying freestyle with a velvet touch. My quad so smooth it don't need a clutch. From the shag rug to the ceiling fan, I'm the funky little fly with a master plan. The curtains dancing on the breeze, freestyle funk in my living room with ease. Tiny whoop magic bumping every wall. I'm the James Brown of flight, can't stop at all. Can't stop at all. Can't stop at all.
Welcome back for come on now. Easy me from yesterday. Easy. Welcome to part 2 of the 12 hours of Christmas. Thank you for joining me. The clock is still stopped, but not for long. I've got another hour, 27 minutes, and 27 seconds left of the bunny suit. If you'd like to see that turn into 2 hours and 27 seconds, 2 hours and 27 minutes and 27 seconds, that 666, as incredibly satisfying as it is, needs to go to 700. Hang on a second. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Okay. All right. stains in my brand new shirt. Am I? No, I'm good. I'm good. All right. Almost ready. Here we go. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Wait. Okay. There it is. There it is. God damn it. These mittens are something, man. Something else. All right, here we go. Well, I can't have this mitten on. And there it is. Counting down again. Hour and 27 minutes till freedom. That was 27. File number 27. So that was we were into 1S land. That what'd you watch? Like a minute of it? Yeah, you watched 42 seconds of a 1S 1.2 inch TinyWhoop trying its best to not get completely obliterated by the wind outside. Boy, was it difficult. Those 2S 1.6 inch builds were way better, which was awesome. So yeah, Craig says, does your bunny suit time? Yeah, we got that. In the chat, Chaser was first, the Bruce, TB Tinker, Craig, Tanky, Chuck P, Uriel, Frank Nicholas, 421 Mantis Toboggan. What's up, Patrick? How are you, brother? Fizz PV, Mike K. I think I got everybody. What's up, friends? Meyer says, boy, YouTube is well hung tonight. Jesus. Patrick says, not sure why I'm no longer P. Richard Scott, but WTF ever. Merry Christmas and Major Bunny Suit. Yeah, so YouTube claims that they've done this for security reasons, so that you can't just make a YouTube account and then set your name as like somebody else's name and then go into live stream chat and impersonate somebody else. But YouTube, this is the internet, you idiots. You, like, really? It's the internet. Everybody is impersonating someone else, you jackasses. You kidding me? They did this a month or two ago. You guys are now, myself included, everybody shows up as their actual, like, you know, YouTube screen name that they initially chose, not what you're able to just type in as your name. I think you can change your URL name though. You can go into your YouTube settings and change, like, that's what you need to change. You need to change your URL name in order for your chat name to be something different. So yeah, there you go. Mike K says, how much to wear your birthday suit? An infinite amount of money. Giddybot says, Merry Christmas, you filthy animal, to you as well, and everybody else. Whoop Fox says, if you had one size rig to fly, what would you running? I'm a mix of 1.2 and 2. One rig forever, it would be maybe like 2.5, maybe 3 inch setup, because like going down to 2 inch is still too big for indoor stuff. Like if you just, well, might actually be, if only one rig to fly forever, it might actually be a 1.2 inch 65 mil TinyWhoop, because you can just fly inside forever. You know, like eventually we will beat this planet enough that it no longer supports life outside of our homes. So, you know, might not be a bad idea to for our one and only rig forever, if it ever comes to that, to be an indoor rig. I have got all the batteries on the charger. We are going to be testing the Lava V2s versus the Newbie Drew and NX69s just as soon as I finish up this build, which is coming along. This is my 3-inch frame with a Tune RC Poly F405 AIO 04 light, and we're about to put 1405 4800 kV Spinny Boy motors on it from Oddity RC. I'm really excited to do this. I've had 2 of these motors for like a year, and then Maggie just ordered me 3 from Oddity RC. So I now have a full set, and I'm going to use them right away. Let's get back into it. I want to get this knocked out so that we can start on the battery testing. I'm super interested to fly these Lava V2s. I've seen everybody else that got the all the other reviewers that got some in the first batch. I was apparently in the second batch here, which is fine. It's all good. I cut 2 of the motors down. I'm going to show you how to do that. But also, I've noticed that the screws that the motors come with there's a bunch of different sizes in here. So I need to just kind of sort this out real quick, because yeah, I don't quite understand. It looks like they gave 4 of one size and 2 of another size, which is kind of weird, but you know, it's okay. It's all right, I guess. So those are all the same length. Can you guys even see this? Yeah, you can. I hope. That's the same length. That's the same length. And then I think these 4 over here are longer. They are indeed. Okay. So these 4 are longer. These are all the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So that makes sense. That makes sense that these would all be the same. Okay. No worries. I'm going to take these 2 out. I only run 6 screws. I only run 3 screws per motor. And so let me get these other 2 opened up here so that we have enough motor screws. These come with Loctite already on them, which is pretty slick. I dig that. One less thing to forget. And so I wonder if I can just look at these. Yeah, this is the longer one. Oh, the longer ones are M2x7 for the propellers. And I think that's one of the longer ones as well. These other ones must be M2x6 for the motor mount screws. Okay. And all right, there's 3 more for that one. Some of these screws have tiny little screw heads on them. It's weird. They've got a strange assortment of screws in these pegs. Also, 2 of these are black, which is very confusing. All right, so here we go. That one looks longer. And then, where's the other long one? Is this it? I think this is the other long one. Yep. All right, cool. So there's all the M2 by whatever, 7s, I guess it would be. And then, all right, so these are the motor screws that I'm going to use. These are weirdly like mismatched. I don't quite understand why. We're just going to throw them up in here. And then these I'm going to use for the propellers. All right, so let's get these up here. These are our motor mount screws. It looks like I bought these motors at different times. The old ones, it looks like they gave, well, these are the ones from the same time. This is weird. It's weird that 2 of these are black. So these go over here. These are for the propellers. And cool. All right, away we go. Soldering iron is on. We're going to mount motors up now. So I have 2 motors cut down. We need to tin these pads on the AIO. We're going to run motors 3 and 4 right now. So here we go. Nice big pads on the corners here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And clean the tip of the soldering iron when you remove it from the stand, not when you're putting it back in the stand. Craig says, you have another hour in the suit, LOL. All right, hold on. Let me get these pads tinned, and then I will check my email. You guys can get in on my my torture by hopefully doing a PayPal, because they don't take any percent, but you can also do a super chat. All right, 1, 2, 3. I'm not putting too much solder on these pads because they're bigger pads. The tiny little pads, like, if you add any solder, you've already put too much. It's kind of insane. These are good to go, though. All right. Let's see here. Oh, geez. Okay. We got some action in here. I can't wear these. They're not all that they're not comfortable, but they're also not comfortable. Matthew arose with a $134 super PayPal. Matt, thank you so much. Holy hell, that came through at $7.54. He says, "Merry Christmas, Bunny Man." Indeed it is, brother. So I'm assuming 34 plus 66 is 100, right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 3, 6, 9. Yep. So Matt has taken us from 666 to 8, and then it looks like Craig sent 34, so we're and he says another hour in the suit, and so we're gonna go to another odd number. Doesn't that bug the shit out of you guys that it's gonna be an odd number? I mean, you could fix it. Thank you guys. Holy shit. 8:34. So we were at an hour and 16. I think I need to add 2 hours to this, right? Because we went up and then there was another. So it's at an hour and 15. I'm going to cancel it. And then we're going to go 3 hours and 15. And I'm restarting it. I think that's right. Right? Somebody check me. Holy shit, guys. Thank you. Super, super, super generous. Here we go. Here we go. The ears will be on when that camera is on. But when I'm trying to solder, it's tough. Ginger says, "I hope you get some sleep tonight, buddy. 12 hours streaming is hard, but I hope you had a good Christmas." I had an awesome Christmas, man. I hope you did as well. I hope you guys all did. Thank you so much for the super generosity, my friends. All right, so I cut 2 of these motors down. I'm going to show you the really cool way that I have of cutting these down so that the wires are are the perfect length. These 3 are going to sit here. That pad is farther away, so the left wire is ever so slightly longer, just so it's all nice and tidy and crazy and silly. And so I am just going to balance this. Actually, I'm going to put the motor down next to the arm, because otherwise it's going to be kind of a pain in the ass. And all we're thinking about is how can I get the soldering iron in here but also hold the motor. So I'm actually going to go and turn this around, because I want these wires to come off at an angle here so that it lines up with the arm. And so it's actually going to be easier for me to do it like this. So soldering iron comes out of the stand and gets cleaned, not the other way around. And so now we're going to take this left one, get it on the pad at a little bit of an angle here so that it points straight at the arm, and then we'll just bring the heat in. Give it a second. There it goes. Ah, shitters. I didn't quite get the angle that I want. Let's redo it. There we go. That's the angle that I wanted. Just a little bit of an angle there just to keep these a little bit neater and a little bit tidier. Here we go with this one. I'm pushing down on the wire. I want the wire to sit as flat on the pad as I possibly can get it to. And now same thing with this one. And there's not quite enough solder on that pad. I'm going to pick up just a tiny little bit of solder on the tip of the iron. I'm going to hold this wire, and I'm just going to rework this real quick. And there we go. That looks awesome. All nice and angled to where we want this thing to go so that these wires will then tuck a little bit. I also like to put a little bit of an angle on the wires so that we can have a little bit extra here. It looks like I cut these a little bit too long, but that's okay. We can have this. So once this is bolted down here, that'll be straight, and we can just basically like zip tie the wires up here or electric tape the wires up here somewhere. And then they'll have this nice little curve here so that we have a little bit of extra wire on here. If we ever like gash a wire up and we need to recut it, we'll have a little bit extra. So that's a really nice way of doing that. Do I need to take this AIO off? I shouldn't need to take this AIO off again, so let me throw a couple of motor screws in here. Jesus Christ, I can't grab the wire. And I don't even have the bunny mitts on. Okay, I'm not going to tighten these. I'm just going to throw these in to hold the motor, because otherwise it's going to be sort of flopping around. And so there we go with that. Oh man, this driver is no longer magnetic. Interesting. All right, so not tightening these, just placing them to hold the motor sort of loosely. So that is exactly where the motor is going to hang out. So yeah, I'm going to run these wires up like this and then just do a wrap of electric tape here to hold them down to the arm, and then it'll make this little angle here. Cool. Next up, we've got motor number 3. That was motor number 4. And where did it go? Here it is. All right, so how am I going to get in here? Soldering iron to the right. Yeah, I think I can do these in this direction here. Sneak the soldering iron in like that. Yeah, because I want these angled this way. Okay, cool. So put the motor down here on the side. Get these other 2 wires out of the way. And all right, beautiful. The wire is tinned, the pad is tinned. We don't need to add any solder. We just need to connect the 2. Grab the wire in just the tips of the tweezers. Get the right angle that you want. Make sure it's in the perfect position. And then, and only then, do you come in with the heat. Don't bring the heat in too early. You want to try to put as little heat into the electronics as possible. So make sure that everything is perfect before you come in with the tip of that soldering iron. Second one. Didn't quite get that one right. Let's come back and rework it real quick. Much better. Don't quite have enough solder on this pad. Pick up a little bit on the tip of the soldering iron. Bring it in. One more. There we go. And then the last pad. Get the wire. Get it in place. And now I'm moving quickly enough between these pads that I don't have to clean the tip of the soldering iron. But in between motors, I do have to put it in the stand and clean it. Those look pretty good. That third one is not quite perfect. There's not quite enough solder on that joint. So let me do this. I'm going to hold it along with the wire that's right next to it. I'm going to pick up a little bit of solder and just add it. Ah, Christ, the wire moved in a way that I don't want it to. So let's reset here. I'm going to just hold the wire this time like I was in the first place. Just move the work around a little bit. Move the work to you, not you to the work. And now I'm going to pick up a little bit of solder on the tip of the iron. Oh, nope, that picked up way too much. There we go. That's the right amount. Okay. That's the stuff. There it is. Cool. They're all at a slight angle. The silicone is hanging off the side so that the wires can sit flat on the pads. And we've got nice, shiny balls. That's important. You always want your balls to be nice and shiny. All right. Now, let's bolt this motor down. And we'll see how much extra wire we've got. All right. Oh man, my stomach is making some crazy noises. We had scalloped potatoes and lasagna and salad. And I might need to take a break at some point to take a dumper, because there are some crazy noises coming out of my my food sack. Strange thing to call it. All right, so just 2 screws real quick, just to like kind of hold it down a little bit. And now let's see. All right, good deal. Just right. Just enough wire. We don't have like a bunch of wire hanging off or anything like that, but we do have a little bit extra in case we ever need it. Cool. All right, so here's how to do it. Let's tin these motor pads first. So we're gonna move all this nonsense out of the way and put a little bit of flux paste on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I always try to batch these out, do one side, then do the other side. Don't just do one motor at a time. All right, so we got the flux on there. Solder does have a little bit of flux in it, but it's always nice to use a little bit extra. Keeps it nice and clean. And then you'll get a little bit of flux residue there for the next time you solder. Like when you're connecting the motors, basically. There'll be a little bit of leftover flux, and that's really nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, and I added a little bit more solder to these versus the other side. Should be good. Okay, so now we've got motors with full-length motor wires. First thing I like to do is just kind of try to straighten them out a little bit, because when they're all coiled up, it's just annoying. So just bend them in the opposite direction that they're wanting to go, and you can get them relatively straight. If you have a motor that has a big long motor shaft and C-clip sticking out the bottom, like this one, right? See that big old C-clip hanging out the bottom? On some frames, you can put the motor into the arm and it'll stay. And there's a little bit of room if you push down, because the hole in the middle of the frame is bigger than the C-clip, right? What you can do is hold it away. Hold the motor as far away as possible, and this will give you a little bit of extra wire length. You can certainly just throw a couple screws in the motor. That's totally fine, but this is kind of a quicker way. So hold the motor away like this, and you're going to hold it in your... well, a couple ways you can do it. One of the ways I've been doing it recently is I'll hold it with my right hand, hold it away, run these wires down the arm, and then just hold the wires. And now just double check that I'm holding the motor away. push these wires flat, and now this doesn't matter because I'm holding these wires, cool? And so now you take these 3 motor wires, make sure that they're, you know, left is on the left, middle's in the middle, right's on the right, and you're gonna make a little bit more of an arc to get them up to the pads. And then you're gonna just lay them over the pads and cut each one of them a little bit past the pad that it's going to. So just double check. You can even like put another finger up there. And so now, for each pad, you cut it a little bit past the pad that it's going to. And this is how you give yourself a little bit of extra wire. It doesn't matter if you don't cut all the way through it. You've left a huge mark, and that's totally fine. So cut it a little bit past the pad, and then third one, cut it a little bit past the pad. And so now you've got 3 wires. Well, we got to cut this first one the rest of the way. And so now look, you've got 3 wires that are the perfect length, but they're all a little bit longer than one another. And so now they'll sit perfectly flat against these pads. And so now with these kind of thicker wires, I like to use these flush cutters, and you're just denting the silicone. You just want to dent it and then pull. Don't hit the wires, and then just pull the silicone back a little bit. The little 30 gauge wires I like to do with my fingernails, but these thicker, like 16 gauge in this case, or these might be 18, it's better. It's not better, but it's just different, and it's a lot easier to do this with a pair of flush cutters. Just be really careful. You don't want to nick any of the inner strands of wire. That is no good. Cut through, and there you go. And then just push it back with your fingernail. Cool, there's all 3. Make sure that there's no nonsense. And now we'll do the other one, which is going to go on this motor here. Make sure you don't screw that up, because you'll have the wrong side will be too short. So motor out, just wiggle these wires a little bit to straighten them out. Bend them in the opposite direction that they're wanting to go. There we are. Set it in the hole in the arm. Move it around to make sure it's actually in there. Pull it back. Finger down on here. Lock those in. And now get these running at the pads. Maybe use another finger to kind of hold them like that. And so now, I'll go from the left to right this time. Make sure that you cut these past the end of the pad, though. Don't cut it right at the end of the pad. You want to give yourself a little bit extra. All right, so here's the first pad. I'm not going to go left to right. I can't make it work. A little bit past. And if you have to just nick the wire, it's fine. Just nick the wire. You're leaving a big old mark. You can cut it the rest of the way in a second. Past the pad. And past the pad. First wire, I got to cut a little bit shorter again. And now, same deal. A little bit shorter, a little bit shorter, a little bit shorter. That's going to depend. Some frames you'll just make one corner, some frames you'll make another corner, and so they might not necessarily always look like this. But if you cut them in the direction that you want them to go, and you lay them out the way that you want them to lay, it's like dummy proof. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to like measure it out. You just lay them on there, and away you go. That's what I've found to be like the quickest but most accurate kind of way of doing it. And then when you're stripping these, don't strip too much. Don't strip too much. A lot of times you just want to strip the thickness of this. And so when you put this on there, if this is the silicone, if these are your cutters, I'll run the cutter to that point. So that the thickness of the cutters is the exact bit that I'm taking off. Hopefully that makes sense. And then just try to push the silicone down a little bit. There it is. Make sure you don't have any frayed out. And we tin. To tin these, you just want to remember you're applying heat to one side and you're trying to push solder through the other side of the wire. Take the soldering iron out of the stand and clean it. And away we go. These two wires are on top of each other. That ain't gonna work. Ugh, it's kind of ugly, but it'll be fine. I like hanging these off the side of the desk sometimes to do this. That works too. The only problem is if the solder drips, it'll hit your crotch, and that sucks a big bag of donkeys. Tip of the soldering iron on the bottom, solder on top. You're going to use the solder to like push the wire down into the ball of liquid solder on the tip of the soldering iron. And what you're doing there is you're pushing solder in between the strands of wire. That's how you get a really nice tinned wire. Sometimes you'll have to like, sometimes if like the tip of the wire is here and this is the tip of the soldering iron, sometimes if it's not transferring heat, you add a little bit of solder to the corner so that you push the solder directly into the tip of the iron, but you're in the corner so it immediately will start flowing. What you want to understand is that the tip of the soldering iron is rounded and then the wire is rounded too. So you can get just the tiniest little contact patch, which is not going to transfer much heat. So if you have this tiny little contact patch and it won't transfer heat, and then you put a big blob of metal liquid in between them, that liquid is going to transfer the heat really, really fast. So we are now stripped and tinned. Just the way I like them. And so now we hook these on up, make sure we got the right one. This is the one for motor 2. This is the one for motor 1. And move the work to you. So I've got some of these little 30 gauge wires here. Let's just kind of get them out of the way a little bit there. And soldering iron on this side, tweezers on this side, should be good to go. All right. Last 6 soldering joints of this build. Let's get these other 2 wires out of the way. And okay, I'm actually going to flip this around. Well, yeah, let's move this down here. I want this out of the way. And I'm going to move this around so that I'm not crossing over myself. Okay, yeah, that's it. That's what I want. So get the wire into the tips of the... Oh, nope, I want to go left to right so that I'm not crossing over. Clean the tip of the soldering iron because I've been screwing around for a second here. And we're going to go left to right. Pick the wire up. Use my right finger to point the wire downwards. Put a little bend in it. Get it on the pad, and then come in with the heat. All right, and so I'm kind of fighting against these 30 gauge wires that are here. Should be all right, though. Let's see. Yeah, this one wire is going to be sitting up a little bit, but the other 2 will be fine. Yeah, this is okay. This is no big deal. Pick the wire up, push the wire down to get it in a downwards angle. Still got some of the wires from stripping in here. And then here we go. All right. Not quite enough solder on there. Pick up a little bit of fresh solder and drop it down. All right, good deal. Last one. Pick up the wire, push it downwards for the angle that I want. Nope, not quite there. Let go, grab it again at a better spot where I can have more control over it. Not quite enough solder on that pad either. Pick up a little bit more. It's funny, on the 30 gauge pads on this board, I used too much solder, and then on these motor pads, I didn't use enough. Cool, that motor is all set. Get these out of here. Get this out of here. Throw 2 quick motor screws at it. And then we've only got one more. Crazy. Okay. And barely tightening them. Not tightening them. Not leaving them loose either, but just being gentle with them. We're going to come back and add another screw, make sure the screws are in the right spots, and get that all taken care of in a minute. All right, last one. Soldering iron here. Yep, this will be fine. We're going to work left to right as we do. And so here we go. Yeah, this is... I'm working like this. It's at this angle, I have to like flip my hand over. It's kind of difficult. All right, and so these, I didn't get these other wires out of the way, and they just, one of them just touched the tip, well, the shaft of the soldering iron, which is not good. So now they're out of the way. Let's do this again. All right, that's super ugly. Everything's kind of moving around right now. Let me just take a breath real quick here. And I'm going to add a little bit of flux. I added way too much flux there, but that's okay. There's kind of no such thing as too much. And then, yeah, I'm going to just rotate this a little bit because my hand is like in a really awkward sort of position. No, I'm going to bring this the other way now. There we go. Move the work to you, not you to the work. And there it is. Almost. Just want to push down a little bit on the wire. That's better. There we go. Okay. Not quite as much of an angle on that one, but that's all right. Grab this one out. Get the wire into a good position. Grab it with just the tips of the fine tipped tweezers. Make sure it's in position before you bring the heat in. All right, hold on. Tip of the soldering iron's a little dirty because I was taking forever there. Let's clean it off. And here we go. Flowing. Yep, that one looks good. Last one. Last bit of soldering for this live stream. If you have any questions, hurry up and ask them, damn it. All right. Grab the wire a little bit farther forward so I have better control over it. Make sure it's pointing down so I can get it flat on the pad. then and only then bring the heat in. And again, I was dicking around for too long, and now the tip of the soldering iron's dirty. Clean it. Much better. Ooh, good one there. Yeah, finishing strong. So confident that I just turned the soldering iron off. All right. Grab your 5X loop, take a look at your work to check it. Look for solder balls, look for solder bridges. In this case, we are all set. 2NRC made these pads so far apart that you kind of couldn't bridge them even if you tried, which is great. All right, looking good. Let's throw a motor screw in here, or two, or three. Why is one wire so long? The third wire that I did is like kind of extra long. That's weird. I did not notice that when I was cutting them, but that's okay. Not the end of the world. All right, and let's grab two. Put them both on the outside. And away we go. Yeah, I think we just need to screw stuff together at this point, right? Receiver is wired up. The plug from the AIO to the VTX is wired up. The camera's plugged in. We've got the battery wire. I think we're good. That's a full build right there. That's banana pants. Got to get some TPU going on to hold this guy and to hold the VTX antenna, of course. I also have to wait for the E6000 that I added to the camera to cure. But other than that, we're good to go. We got this nice little wire bundle. These two wires cross over, but that's it. Up to the VTX. So we can just plug that guy in. And right around now is the point where you want to fire this thing up. You want to give this thing power to make sure that it's, A, not just going to randomly catch on fire, but B, everything is working, right? Like if something's working and you have to pull this apart, you want to pull the ripcord now, not spend another 2 hours bolting this all together. Not that, I mean, you have to bolt it all together anyway, right? So like you're gonna do that at some point regardless, but you don't want to bolt it all together and then waste all that time because you got to pull it all apart, change something else out. So at this point, get your Vi-Fly smoke stopper. This is the only smoke stopper that works. Get a battery with any amount of charge in it. If you want to be totally safe, you can grab a battery. You can grab a battery that's like lower in voltage. Like this AIO will work all the way down to 2S. So if I was smart, I would grab a 2S battery because it's just less voltage, right? But I'm not smart, and so I'll use a 4S battery. It's an almost dead 4S battery though, so it doesn't have a ton of voltage in it. Smoke stopper, yellow light means that it's off and it's going to give 1 amp. Blue light and yellow light means it's off and it's going to send 2 amps. Send 1 amp first. Hook it up and push the button and hope for the best. And that right there is the best. Fired right up. We've got lights on the receiver, on the VTX, and then we got all 5 motor beeps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 6. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, that's Blue Jay, I guess. Yeah. We used to get 5 motor beeps. Now we get 6. That's it. We're good to go. We can power it down. And now we just got to do all the setup stuff in Betaflight and all the final assembly, hooking up all the TPU stuff, all that jazz. But that is a full build. I'm going to add one more screw to these motors. I like to run 3 screws instead of 4. I run 3 screws instead of 2 because if you're only running 2 screws and 1 screw backs out, you're screwed. If you're running 3 screws and 1 screw backs out, you're still fine in theory. It's not a great day, but you know, still a day. And then yeah, I might need to 3D print some stuff for this. I might be, let me just try to raid my, let's see if we can get the camera mounted at least. I have a little kit, a little box here of all different length TPU camera mounts. Let's see if I can quickly find one that's nice and short. So no, that one's gonna be too long. Oh, here we go. This is what I want. I want another one of these. Where's the other one of those? Is this it? Nope, that ain't it. Is this it over here? Is that it? Nope, that ain't it. Here it is. I think this is it. Yep, that's it. It's all dirty. Let's see if these will work. This is a fairly standard standoff loop. I'm using these hex standoffs. Let's see how these guys fit on there. Pretty good. Okay, yeah, that's looking awesome. And so if I just kind of like spec this out here, if that's looped on there, the camera is going to sit roughly there. I think that's about it. I think that's about right. Okay, let's find a really short little M2 for this because it's only really going through this thin piece of TPU. So maybe a M2x4 will work. Let's try it real quick. Midnight Rider just got here. What's up, dude? Yeah, let's try these M2x4s, and I'm going to try to find 2 that are the same. Don't mind all the banging. There's people in the kitchen doing God knows what. Oh, is that a match? Oh my God, I found 2 of the same. That's absolutely incredible. So we're going to come here, and I like to just kind of get these guys started in here, which will also show me how much is going to stick out. It might be too much, but let's just give it a shot. Let's see where this kind of puts us. I want to put this, these are some of the shortest little standoff loops. I want to do that so that I can get the lens far forward enough for a an ND filter to clear on here. I'm afraid that the ND filter won't clear these front standoffs. It might though. We're gonna know in a second. And here we go with another M2x4. Throw it in here. Slap it on this guy. And Bob is your uncle, whether you like it or not. Uncle Bob time. And now you can see if they're going to hold their up tilt. And yeah, that feels pretty good. So now the moment of truth. Oh yeah, we got tons of room. We got tons of room here. This is going to be fine. Yep, there we go. Okay. So now we just need to push it down. Don't push it by the camera. Push it by the TPU. And that looks pretty good. Now we're going to come on here and just tighten these guys up a little bit more. Yeah, because we're losing. It's very easy to change the up tilt. This is where you need to make sure that you can tighten these enough to hold the up tilt. And so I just put about a quarter turn on that one. Let's try this one as well. Oh yeah, we had a little bit of squish in there. The TPU gives nice grip to keep the up tilt from changing, but you do have to make sure that these are tight. There we go. Yeah, yeah. If I push it really hard, I can change the up tilt, but it should be solid enough where it won't change the up tilt when you don't want it to. So there's that, and enough of the front of the lens is hanging out here where we can take our brilliant little Flywoo ND filters and put it on the bayonet mount, get it rotated correctly, and then turn it. Once it's on there properly, you turn it 90 degrees, and there we go, yo. Oh my God, that is so nice. The lens is sticking out a little bit. I could maybe, if I was gonna start thrashing on this thing, I might use TPU loops here that sit a little bit farther back to pull the camera back a little bit farther. But we'll see. Initially, I'm not gonna beat the hell out of this thing. This is the more cinematic of my frame builds. The analog one is the one that's going to get thrashed. So this is totally fine for right now. Also, having it sitting there, as you can see, the front arms are going to hit way before that lens. I would have to send something absolutely right down the middle, which does happen. So I'll see if I can pull this lens back a little bit at some point. But for right now, this is looking really nice. And so, let me take that off, though. We're not going to run that quite yet. And, man, that worked out really nicely. Really, really, really nicely. I did not plan for this frame to use, I mean, it's, you know, this frame is years old. We need a couple of nylock nuts here. Let's get that knocked out because this stack is good to go. This stack is ready to fly. And I hope I have enough black nylocks. Let's see. Just because it'll look so pretty. All right. There we go. Do I have one more? Oh, yeah, buddy. Oh, I've got one more. All right. Okay, this fella, just get these started by hand. Okay. All right, and then use this amazing WeHot driver. Oh, these are oversized. Why are these oversized like that? That's weird. What the hell size are these if they're not 4.0? That's weird. What's happening here? Is the nylock coming out or is this driver spinning on the nut? You know, the nut's too big. That's extra weird. Why are they so big? If I just push down really hard on them, though, it grabs. I need to get a bigger WeHot driver, apparently, for these nuts. Oh my God, it's getting really hot. I got to take the hood off. Jesus Christ. Cool. That's starting to look good there. The nylock is coming out of this one nylock nut. That's super annoying. What the hell is that about? Get back in there, you jerk. Hold on. Let me remove it. I'm going to remove this nut, and then I'm just going to push the nylock back in there against the table. I don't know if I've ever had that happen before. That's weird. Come on. Ah, there we go. Okay. Nylock is back in. See if it pops out. I have a feeling it might pop out again. Okay. Nut driver that's too small. Popped out again. What a jerk. I can't use these nuts that this driver doesn't fit on. This is insane. Now, take all four of these out and throw them in the river. That's really weird. Whoo, shit, this bunny suit's getting fucking hot. Oh my god. Alright. Come on, you bastards. Get out of there. There we go. Alright, I don't want these. Getting rid of these. In the garbage can, they have gone. All right, can I get 4 black nylocks that are just normal size, please? 1, 2, 3. There we go. Okay. The nylon on the inside was very bright. The nylon on the inside is very not bright. And I bet you these are... Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. Okay, yeah, these are the ones. So, throw this on here. This guy on here. She does like big nuts. Alec Dvornik, how are you, man? We did 5.5, I think, hours before I did. I got some dinner. And now we are 1 hour and 1 into part 2. So we are well on our way. All right, get these nuts tightened down as evenly as possible. Which just means standing it up like this, turning them a couple times, and then looking at how much of the thread is peeking through. Is the easy way of doing it. This one is actually pretty tight already. 3 of these nuts have never been tightened before. The nylock is very stiff. 1 of them has been used before. The nylock is very loose. Okay, and then the front one. And you just want to kind of tighten these down until the rubber grommets compress just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little. And then you want to grab any wires that you have going in between them and just move them around and make sure that they'll still move. And in our case, we're good to go. So we're set, man. All the screws, there's about the same amount of screw peeking through all these nylock nuts. I guess this front one can take another quarter turn or so. And then the rear one, kind of the same thing. Another quarter turn. There we go. And then the last thing you want to check is the main contact point. The point that you've figured out is going to be the closest between these stacks hitting each other, which is this micro USB port. And we've got so much room here. So this stack is looking awesome. I don't need this anymore. We are golden. So yeah, now I just need to figure out the TPU situation, which I'm going to handle on my side here. No sense you guys watching me fart around on Thingiverse and whatnot to try to find TPU that's going to work properly. I also have to pick an antenna. I mean, you know, you could certainly use the whip antenna. There's nothing wrong with this, but I do have some CP antennas that I might get put on here. If I run this one's not quite long enough here. I also need to secure this down. I'll just do that with a quick zip tie around the bottom here. No big deal. And yeah, we'll pretty much be good to go at that point. I can get this thing up in the air this weekend, and I'll have some flight footage for you hopefully on Sunday, as long as the weather holds out. I'll also do a little piece of VHB to stick this guy down just to make sure that it's good to go. And then what I'll probably do is just loop this cable like that, and then I'll use a rear standoff mount that'll put this guy down roughly like that. And then whatever antenna I pick, like let's say I pick this antenna, it'll run out, and I'm gonna pick a longer antenna. This is a decent run. And then yeah, that'll all just kind of hang out the back. And top plate we go. We've got a CiottiFPV frame number 2 ready to go with HD. Look at that, man. These spinny boy motors. I'm excited for these. So let's see. What's the what kind of weight are we looking at here? Should be pretty light. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 180 grams all up. But although no, it'll be closer to like 190 or 200 because these motors are heavy. So we're at 120 dry with no propellers and some missing screws. We're at 180 right here. So yeah, it'll be like 190, which is pretty light. It's kind of too light. I'll probably end up running a 4S 850 on it. This is a little 550. Let me grab one of the 850s. The motors this big are gonna want a bigger battery. It's also missing a battery strap. So yeah, I mean, even on that smaller battery, this would probably be up at 200 grams before you know it. With an 850, we are at 225. So an 850 like this, it'll probably run for like 4 or 5 minutes would be my guess, unless you're really hammering on it. But I mean, you know, that's nice. It's nice to have a build that you can kind of do that with. Or you can run a smaller battery and be light. So yeah, 225 with this battery. So like call it probably 235 once I'm done adding props and a battery strap and what, you know, a little bit of TPU and whatnot. So that's really where I want this to be. Like a 3-inch build at 250 grams or even like 260 grams is really, really good. You get a lot of throw. It feels really similar to a 5-inch rig. It's a really, really, really fun flight experience. Full build, man. I don't think I've ever done a full proper build like this. Like I think I've done TinyWhoop builds, but that's not the same on one of these big ass live streams. So that's pretty cool. And it's my frame. Like that was awesome. Thank you for coming along on the ride with that. That's also like, that's how I build. That, you know, like, can you build a lot faster? Absolutely. Can you build it better than that? Maybe a little bit better, but like I try to really strike that balance of having the build be as good as it needs to be, right? Like I feel like if you go any deeper in the weeds with like the way that you're building it, it's there's no real positives. It's just sort of, you're kind of being pedantic a little bit. That's fine. Like if you enjoy building, then spend all the time in the world and make it absolutely perfect. Like there's nothing that feels better than having wires that lay perfectly flat and turn a corner like this, and it's just like awesome. And like down the road, if you have to service that build, you're gonna love that it's neat and tidy. There's nothing worse than trying to service one of these builds out in the field when you just want to be flying and there's a bundle of fucking snakes up in the middle of it and you can't tell where the wires are going and it's just a total nightmare. It's also going to fly a little bit better when it's built cleaner. There's going to be less electrical noise. The wire runs are going to be shorter, so it's going to be lighter. So yeah, build clean, friends. Respect your work and build clean. How's that sound? I've made a little bit of a mess. Let me just real quick move some of these plastic baggies over here. I use these little plastic baggies to package like the drill bits or the hardware that you guys buy from me on my Etsy store. So I'm gonna hang those up, hang those out, put those away. Jesus, it's 9 o'clock already. We got to get to this battery testing. Let me get caught up on chat. All right, I'm caught up on chat. We got some emails though. New Whoop product. What? Idea for an FPV product. Interesting. Ah, it's Butterfly FPV. All right, I'll read that after the stream. Oh shit! No! Don't mark it as junk. Definitely don't mark it as junk. Mark as unread. Holy shit, Patrick Scott. A big fan of even numbers sent $166 on PayPal. Holy shitballs, brother. Thank you. Oh my God. So 8 goes to 9, and then 34 gets 66 added to it, which does that. Brother, thank you, dude. You still in the chat? Holy shit. And Seneca above with 50. Holy shit. Seneca Synologies with a $50 super chat. Dude, thank you. He says, give me your broken... What is that word? Adjutant shot? What's an adjutant shot? What am I missing? Adjutant shot? What the hell's that? Adjutant shot to tinker with. You need towing again. Just don't hit me this time. Adjutant shot? What's an adjutant shot? That's supposed to... Oh. Seneca says, that's supposed to say, give me your broken shit. You need to chase wings again. Just don't hit me this time. So the first time I ever chased wings, I chased Seneca with Patrick when I was living in Alpharetta. We're going back 3 years ago, would be my guess. And so we go up in the air, and I was flying analogue at the time. And so it was really hard to see the wing just screaming. And so I flew maybe like half a battery, and like I would see Seneca, like, oh cool, and I would go flying towards him, and then like he would do something or I would do something, and then he would get a little bit away from me, and then he's just gone, because in analog you can't see anything, right? And so he's just gone. And so then I'm up in the air doing this, I'm just looking around looking for him, see him again, go chase him for another couple seconds, overshoot him, he disappears, can't see him. Like no more than like a minute and a half into the first battery ever chasing wings, I see him, he's like above the road. I go in too fast, and I go too low, and I lose him, and he's up above me. I pitch back a little bit to make sure that I'm behind him, and then I hit the throttle to pop back up to bring him back into view. And I guess he must have slowed down, or maybe I didn't slow down enough, and I just fucking right into him. I mean, just like from below, just like it was like it was on purpose. Wham! It blows the motor mount up. He goes crashing into the street. I'm just like, oh God. And it broke it so much that he couldn't, it was not really field repairable. I think because it broke the motor mount. I was like, oh my God, dude, what the fuck is wrong with me? I haven't chased wings since. But it was such like a moment of like, well, that figures. Like, oh my God, him and Patrick go out and do lead follow stuff all the time, and it's just super awesome. But yeah, that's my one wing chasing experience so far. I need to go do it again. I need to go do it with digital, so that I can actually see a little bit farther away. I just found the little packet of stuff that came with the Tune RC AIO. And I gotta be honest, the little XT30 that they give you in here is just the absolute perfect length. Like, it's cool that I just happen to have one in my toolbox, but I could have also used this one that was included in the little package. Let's see what else they give you. So they give you Tune RC. I'm really impressed by Tune RC. I'm really, really, really impressed with Tune RC. This is one of the only times I've ever seen this. They give you both the thin on both sides grommet and the thick on one side, thin on the other side grommet. That's really, really nice. And it looks like they give you 5 of each, which is really cool. Oh my God, they give you 6 of each. Well, they give you 5 blues and 6 blacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, they do. Yeah, it's 6 of each. That's super awesome. And of course, a little capacitor. Really, really nice. Always keep these, my friends. Have a little kit that you keep all these grommets, because someday there's going to be a build that's perfect for this specific grommet. I have these other blue ones in here. Are these exactly the same? They are indeed. Yeah, keep all these grommets. It's well worth it. Also, like, if you want to really be insane, some of these grommets are going to be different densities of rubber. And if you really want to go completely bananas, you can tune your soft mounting by switching grommets, and you can probably find a set of grommets that work better on a certain rig because they're just the right durometer is what that's called. The hardness of something is called its durometer. You can get the perfect set. This is a handsome looking rig too. Purple front standoffs, red everything else. The Spinny Boy motors are red. Look at this frame, dude. How the fuck has nobody made a frame exactly like this yet? Of all the 3-inch frames that have ever come out, how is there not one that is just identical to this? Why is it? Why? Like, how? Why? The Quadmola frames are really good. The Quadmola Siren F3 is... I'm sure it's better than my frame here in certain ways. But, you know, support your friends. Buy their vaporware frame that doesn't actually exist. All right, let me get caught up on chat. Ginger says... No, we got that. Jimmy the Cow says, put those ears back on. Seneca, thank you again. Oh, shit. Jimmy the Cow says, CiottiFPV is the king of tucking wires. Patrick, thank you again. He says PayPal. Seneca fixing the spelling errors. Red says, I'm trying to use BT2.0 in my RC sailplanes, and it was working great, but then I had some intermittency issues. I've bent the pin, and it's fine, but what's your real long-term experience? I don't think I've had a BT 2.0 fail yet. I think I've had BT 2.0. I've plugged it in backwards before. You got to push really hard, but you can. No, I don't think I've had a BT 2.0 that has failed yet. So if you do have one that's being intermittent, I just had to double check. On the battery side, the quad side is fine. The quad side is just a pin, a solid pin. On the battery side, it's they're like this. It's two little things like this, and then the prong goes in between them. And so eventually, maybe, these could open up enough to be intermittent. So all you have to do is go in here with like a pin or something, because there's plastic. So it's like the two little bastards and then plastic around it. And so all you have to do is jam a pin or something really skinny in there, and that'll push one of those two, one or both of them in to give them a little bit more tension. That must be what you needed to do. It sounds like you did that and you're good to go. But yeah, I've run thousands of BT 2.0 cycles. And I've not. That's not true. I had it happen once. I had it happen once on a 75 millimeter rig, and I did that. I took my fine tipped tweezers and I just poked it in there and poked one of the little things, and then I did the other side, and then they were tighter, and you could feel it when you plugged it in. And yeah, it was good to go. That's right. That was a 450 mAh big ass battery that I had that happen. That was a long time ago. Tanky says, show those shiny balls. Jimmy Cow says, don't call it take a dump, call it make a stink. I like that. Uriel says, I'm a bit Lego. It's fun, almost finished. Yuke says, did we fly the BetaFPV battery yet? Nope, that's up next. Danzilla Terrible says, smoke stopper check. Indeed. Thank you for the reminder, Patrick. Frank Nicholas says, don't forget to add 2 hours to the timer. I did. Did I? I didn't. Right? The timer's at 2:12. I did not. I did not. I did not. Thank you. Good call. 1050. So we went from 8 something to yeah. Where's the thing? So we are at 2 hours 12 minutes. We're gonna go cancel, and then we're gonna go 4 hours 12 minutes. There it is. 4 hours 12 more minutes of just hot stank ass. I gotta turn this fan towards me a little bit. Hold on. Okay. Fan on high. Woo! Yeah! Oh, that's going to be a mess when I fly the TinyWhoops over there. Penguin says, good looking build. Can't wait for next year when I can build my own. Hell yeah. I will get this frame out there. Don't you guys worry. I'm not going to rush it. It's like 5 years in the making. There's no use rushing it now. I am going to have Ryan add a little bit to the back of it, maybe just 1 millimeter, maybe 2 millimeters. Just extend this out and extend the top plate out a little bit. Just for with this 25 by 25 mounting, it gobbles up a bunch of that rear space. I want that to tuck a little bit more in there. Other than that, I think it's good. The way that he designed the arms, I know that they're going to be strong. I beat this other one up pretty good the other day, but I am going to get back out like tomorrow or the next day. And after I fix the left front. Hopefully it's just the motor. If it's the ESC, that's going to be really annoying. But this is going back out and getting a bunch more abuse before we kind of settle on anything. And then, yeah, I just need to figure out who's going to make it. But, I mean, I hammered this thing hard enough to just wreck this 3 millimeter front devil horn. Both of them, actually. This one's pretty banged up as well. And some of those hits, I mean, you guys saw those hits. Like, there were a bunch of almost full throttle, just like ding into metal poles. That's pretty gnarly. Sporny says, thanks for doing the stream. Got some health problems and had to drop all my Christmas plants. You're making things better. Grateful for the community. My pleasure, brother. Sorry that you're having health shit going on. Hope you feel better. Hope 2026 is the year of recovery for you, my friend. ZipFPV says, keep streaming until Easter. All right. We're going till 2 a.m. So, well, I mean, 2 a.m. Eastern. Let me just take a second here. Try not to get burned out. What is it, 9? 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. 5 more hours. Woo! That's a lot of hours. We got this shit, though. I'm a veteran at 12-hour streams. All right. Battery testing. Uriel says it's 3 a.m. here. What was the time there? It is 9:10 here. 9:10 p.m. All right. This is what I'm most excited about. This is the battery testing. I'm going to do a full 2-hour live stream about this with a proper thumbnail and all that shit. But those of you insane enough to come hang out on this ridiculous live stream, you're going to get first crack at what's better, BetaFPV Lava V2s or Newbie Drone NX69s, which are probably the same thing as all of the other 300 mAh folded cell batteries out there. I feel like the Lava V2s might be like the first time that the chemistry has been changed significantly, or they just made a slightly bigger cell, because there are no Lava V2 300s. They're 320s. There are no 260s anymore. They're 280s. And so maybe they just had the cells made a little bit bigger, and that's why they perform a little bit better. We can myth bust that a little bit with a scale, because with batteries, it's just lithium polymer, and then like everything is the same, right? Like there's a sticker, there's the pouch. And so let's weigh a bunch of these batteries and see what we can figure out. So we'll start, and we're going to weigh multiples. And we're going to make sure that we weigh them charged, because they always weigh more when they're charged. That's some Facebook Reddit shit right there. Just for the record, in case you actually think that's true, here's a discharged 280, which weighs 6.9 grams, 6.8 grams. Here's another one that weighs 6.8 grams. And here are 3 charged ones that weigh 7 grams? Hold on. 7.1? Hold on. 7.1? No, I'm just kidding. All 6.8. So the Lava 280 is 6.8 grams. Here are 3 of the Lava 260s. 6.9 grams. 6.9 grams. 7.2? What's your deal, buddy? 7.1? Wow, this one battery is like really heavy. So, in theory, they're not just a bigger cell. It is a different chemistry, a better chemistry, whatever. If the MAH numbers are to be believed. Speaking of, this is not a really fair fight, but now I was gonna say I'm gonna put a couple of these on the charger, but I have hammered the shit out of these 260s. We don't really care about these smaller batteries; they're just sort of for fun. I'm not gonna try to head-to-head test these. We're gonna head-to-head test the NX69s against these. So those are the 280s. Hold on, these are not charged. These are charged. Okay. So that's the 280s, 6.8, 6.9 grams. NX69s. Man, those smaller batteries weigh so much less. 8.5 grams. 8.3 grams. 8.4 grams. 8.5 grams. Okay, so 8.4. It just dropped down to 8.4. So 8.4 for the NX69s, Lava V2 320s. 8.1. 8.1. 8.1. 8.2. Nope, it dropped down to 8.1. 8.1. Really consistent, which is pretty awesome. A lot of times these batteries will be off by up to 0.2 gram, as we saw. So these are lighter. That's pretty cool. 8.1, 8.2 grams versus 8.4. Could be the connectors. The NX69 connector could be a little bit heavier. 0.2 grams, 0.3 grams. It's not nothing. It's almost nothing. I'm not going to buy one battery versus the other because of weight savings. I think that's pretty insane. There are plenty of other better reasons to buy one battery versus the other. I need to make a connector that can run NX69 as well as BT2.0. And I'm going to do that on this rig, which is the one we're going to use for the testing. And so, let me just make sure this thing is healthy. And looking good. Okay, cool. Let's make this connector real quick. Kicking the soldering iron back on. And I think I am going to have to use the Omni Fixo for this because I'm not going to take this off the quad. I put shrimp wrap over this just to kind of protect it because it is like live, basically. You know, you got positive and negative. They're just kind of hanging out here. So I'm going to have to cut that off. This 180-degree TinyWhoop thing is going to make my life so much easier because I'm just going to be able to piggyback this this connector right off of here. All right. So there we are. And so what I'm going to... Where did that NX69 lead go? I had it right here. Here it is. Okay, so I'm just going to blop this right onto the extra set of pads here. So just so you see what I'm doing, this is the little 180-degree LED piece. So the BT2.0 is on the bottom there, and then the wire comes in on the top pads there, and then your LEDs are on the left and right, those little orange bastards. So I'm just going to hijack 2 of these pads for the NX69. Nice and simple, no big deal. But it's quad's gonna kind of be all over the place, so let's I'm gonna put this guy sideways, I think, and I'm gonna use 1, maybe 2 of these to hold the actual whoop drone. So let's put that in there. So now I can hold the whoop drone like that. I'm going to need to cut this real short. So, all right, so like BT2.0, I want it to be like that. So that side is going to be up. Okay, so this cable wants to be like this. And ground is on the left. Yeah, okay. So ground is on the left. Perfect. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm going to hook this up to the pads that are on the wire, I think. And then it'll just loop up and over. And so it needs to be... Well, hold on. Let me think about this. If the BT2.0 is not hooked up, it'll be like that. And that'll just be out of the way. Or... Just gotta make sure it fits in here. How do I want to do this? Let me see where the battery sits. When the battery sits in here, how far up does it sit? Okay. Yeah, okay. So that's going to be like that. Yeah, this will be fine. This will be fine doing it real short. Because then it'll just leapfrog over like that. And then the NX69 will plug in like that. Yep, okay, cool. This should work. Let's just double check. Ground is on the left. Okay. So. I'm going to cut this right there. I'm just going to leave a mark, and then I'll cut straight across. Make sure it's even. Okay, hopefully that's not too short. Let's get it stripped here. Use these. Nice and short. I don't need much. All right. Hiya. And then let's cut this guy off here as well. All right. NX69 is almost ready. Let's back on the silicone a little bit here. We're going to get it tinned. And we'll drop it on there. All right. Soldering iron, clean it when you take it off the stand. Teleport FPV says, how do they get the weight savings? No idea. No idea, man. Well, too much solder on this one. Let me remove some of it. Jesus, get off of there. Okay, I got just enough of it off. Yeah, okay, cool. So, let's see. Can I do this by hand? Can I just, like, hold this? Oh, boy. It's hot. It's hot! Can I just hold this guy, I wonder? Move the work to you, not you to the work. I certainly can't not hold this with something. This needs to get some sort of motion in its little ocean. Okay. Oh, yeah. This is totally fine. Blop and blop. We're going to do the left one first. And I am going to put a little bit of flux on the joint that I'm soldering to, as well as the wire. And soldering iron, nice and clean. Away we go. Voltage first. Woo! That connector got hot quick. But we got it done. And ground. This is going to be a little tough because these, I can just tell these guys want to bridge to one another. So let me just use one more of these OmniFixo arms to hold this a little bit extra steady. And let's see what happens here. This very well might bridge the second that I bring it in here. Fold this connector down a little bit. Oh, nope, 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 too much. Leave it up there like that. Oh, come on. Okay. I have a lot of alarms that go off on my phone during the day to remind me of stuff. That's a mental illness thing, to be honest. It really helps with ADHD. Even though I don't have ADHD, I have a lot of the symptoms of it. Here goes nothing. It started to bridge. Somehow it didn't bridge all the way. Okay, now I have to grab the wire. I was trying to just smash the wire with the other one, but that ain't gonna work. So I need to grab just this individual wire to control it. And now let's try again. Now it doesn't want to transfer the heat because the flux burned off. Let me just pick up a little bit of solder on the tip of the soldering iron to help with the heat transfer. And here we go. Pushing down, waiting for the heat to flow to the actual pad. It doesn't want to. There it goes. There it goes. And okay. Hold on. I'm going to hit this with a little bit of flux while it's still warm. And I'm just going to super quickly reflow this. It's almost perfect, but I just want to get it a little bit tighter than this on the wire, on the pad rather. There it goes, melting, melting, melting. That's the stuff. There it is. Sweet. Okay, now let's see if it's bridged. It very well could be. They are super close together. I think we got away with it. I am going to use a multimeter, though, because they are quite close together. So, your multimeter has a picture of a little speaker on it. That is the mode that will tell you if it is if there's continuity or not. Beep means that it's bridged. No beep means that it's not bridged. It doesn't matter if you put the red to red or the black to black for this test. And so let's take a look. We're good. Always do this. Touch them together to make sure that it's working. And yeah, we're good. If I go in between them, it beeps. But when I'm separated, we have enough of an air gap. I could also put it on the pins of the connector, but I'm not going to do that. That's too much. We're good. This is fine. Wonderful. Now we've got a double. A double. We've got a double. We've got a double fart. What do we have? A double connector. Double battery connector. There we go. NX69 and BT2.0. This BT2.0 has been on here for a while, but this side of the BT2.0 connector is the really strong side. So I don't think that a fresh... I'm 99% sure that a fresh BT2.0 would not help the situation at all here. This NX69 connector is absolutely brand new. Supposedly, these Lava V2 batteries are better. So, like, they should be better. If they're not, sure, go ahead and blame it on an old BT2.0 connector. How many of your quads have old BT2.0 connectors on them? All of them? Right? So, like, if you were to switch over to NX69, one of the nice things is you're putting a brand new connector on it. Oh, for fuck's sake. What is happening up here in this toolbox? Can you get over there? You get over there. What are these boxes? What's in this box? Oh my god, this is wiring harnesses, isn't it? Holy hell, I forgot all about these boxes of wiring harnesses. Holy shit, I have another case full of these. And I have bags full of these too. I saved these big long RunCam things from what? The RunCam transmitter? Oh my god, TX200 transmitter? And I was putting all these guys in them. I forgot all about them. Jesus, I don't really need these up there anymore. Cool, I just freed up a little bit of space in my, on the top of my workbench. That's pretty awesome. Soldering iron off. Here's what I just did. Logitech, there's so much contrast there. There's nothing but contrast for you to lock onto. There we go. And so see, it just sits like that. And it's adding, like, it's not gonna, you can't tell me that that's gonna add any extra resistance or anything, really. It's just the tiniest little bit of extra cable on there. And then it just hangs down. And so I can plug that one in, or I can push this one forward and plug this one in. Right? All right, here we go. And we're off. I'm gonna do a poll, and we're gonna see what you guys think. It's poll time, you filthy animals. Let's do a poll. Good YouTubers do polls. Which will prevail? NX69. Screw that. We're just doing 69 or V2. Starting poll. All right, there we go. Danzilla Terrible says work the poll. All right. You guys asked for it. Ooh, Mupshot says run both packs in parallel. That's funny. Yeah, we could. We could. There'd be nowhere to hang the bottom battery. I'd have to like run a rubber bander on the bottom. Tanky says don't forget to power loop your bunny ears. We're gonna do that right now because I have a couple of batteries that are still charged from yesterday. Let's see, 4.32. Perfect. One battery. This one's dead. Come on, get in there. That one's charged. We can test a couple of these older, more beat-up batteries, too, while we're at it. That one is half dead. We're going to run this one first, because it's at, like, 4 volts. And then this one's at 3.8, so this one's dead, too. Okay. So, yeah, we'll run a couple of control batteries. 3 control batteries. The first one is dead, but we're going to see if I can... we're going to see if I can power loop myself without hitting myself in my face. Self. Look at this little gangly battery connector. I gotta try not to crash this super hard, or I might rip this off. Good, let's do power loops of myself. That'll... Surely I won't crash trying to power loop myself. Oh yeah, man, you can totally plug this right in. But yeah, that NX69 sits a little bit low. It sits up like this on the ground. Alright, here we go. I try to do it without a strap because strap life sucks. No, it doesn't. Strap life is good life. I'm not going to be able to do this without a strap. I am a strap person for life. Jesus, it's never been so hard to get a strap over my head before. Where the hell can I even stand to do this? Over here. Over here. Okay. Oh, this is sketchy. I'm getting hit in the face for sure. Oh, battery, fuck off. Oh, God. Don't tell me low battery, you idiot. Oh, come on, dude! There was 3.9 volts in this fucking thing. I almost did it on the first shot, though. You see that? Okay, come on. There we go. That battery's dead. Let's throw this one through it here. Here we go. Alright. Power flooping the bunny ears. You wanted it, you got it. Hey. Oh man, I have to be able to see it though. This is not much of a gap up here, yo! I should be doing this upstairs. That was it, but I hit the ceiling. I hit myself on that one. If I go the other way. If I go the other way, I'll hit myself in the face. I don't necessarily want to do that. I keep hitting the ceiling because I need to get really high because I'm a tall bastard. I'm trying to do it in a way that we can see the bunny ears when I come around. Which is hard. But we got it. Fuck! Stop hitting the ceiling! It's not a full one though. We could see the bunny ears though, just a little bit. Whee. Come on, we got it. One battery. Damn. Oh, I hit myself right and squarely in the back of the head. Not enough juice left. Hold on. Quick battery change. Reaching across the desk. Here we go. Quick change. Quick change, quick decision. Here we go. Let's go. Let's do it. Can't believe I just said let's go. Gross. Flat part to the left. There we have it. Double connector piece still hanging in. This is such a shitty spot to be doing this, but I don't know if there's a better spot down here. Let's just do it. I can do it. I can do it. I got this. Oh my god, I'm focusing so much on getting height that I'm just hammering into the ceiling. Again, hammering into the ceiling. Come on. Oh, that was it. That was the one. We could see the bunny ears at the last second there. Wow. This is the one. Ah! I fucking called it! Doesn't count. I just have to do a regular power loop. Ow! I hit myself in the head again! Come on with the effing ceiling. Uh-oh. That's somewhere where it ain't coming out. Come on, this is the last normal battery that I have charged. Let's make this happen. Crapton. Come on now. Oh my god! Oh! I just have to do a regular power loop, that's all. Oh. gotta admit, that looks pretty fucking cool. Right at the end of the battery, too. I started overthinking it again. But man, those 2 in a row were super clean. That's good enough for me. 2 in a row with the ultimate cleanness and the look back at the fucking bunny ears and everything. Woo! Yeah. All right. Good enough. Okay. So, down to business. To business, friends. To business. Let me get this lanyard off real quick. This lanyard is not business. No, this lanyard is serious business. Oh. All right, here we go. So, here's the deal. NX69 versus V2 Lava. Let me just check this little NX69, make sure I didn't bang it up at all. Nah, we're good. It's totally fine. Just get it put back into position here. And, all right, I'm going to run the NX69 batteries first. And these are all freshly charged. These batteries have all been broken in. Breaking in batteries, from what I've been told by people that know batteries over the last 10 years, is nonsense. But a lot of people are claiming that these V2 Lava batteries need to be broken in. What does breaking a battery in mean? It just run it. You charge it, you discharge it, you charge it, you discharge it, you charge it, you discharge it. I did that. I charged and discharged these V2s at least 3 times, but I think I did it 4 times. I charged and discharged these Nitro Nectar Gold NX69s at least 3 times, maybe 4 times. So these batteries have all been broken in. There is going to be a full live stream where I do this again, but you guys are hanging out, and so you get the super sneak peek into this testing. You'll be the first to know which ones are sort of better. So, NX69, same build. The build is 2G4 AIO, Newbie Drone Cockroach V3 frame, Newbie Drone Hummingbird 0702 30,000 kV motors, HQ 1.2 by 0.9 by 3 props, old school Module 6 canopy, Runcam Nano 3 ORT Micro V antenna. Cool. The super secret ORT Micro V antenna that's the right length that is available on my Etsy store. So I've got 4 of these NX69s and 5 of the Lavas. Let's fly the NX69s first. We're going to do the same thing that we kind of always do. We go right upstairs and we go blasting across the room so that we can see what the max RPM that these things will turn. And then we just fly the rest of the battery and see what kind of runtime we get. It's not a perfectly scientific test. Nothing is perfectly scientific. So shut up, as Joshua would say. With the NX69 batteries, always put them into the battery bay with the yellow facing down. You can plug this in backwards. So it's always yellow facing down if you set the connector up like I do, which is the way that you should set it up. There's a ridge on the battery. It's not easy to do it backwards, but it is doable. But it is easy to always know that you've put the bottom part in towards the bottom. The yellow part down. You know what I mean? That is very easy. Okay, here we go. NX69 first. I want a little notepad here. Let me get a little sticky going. New sticky note. Okay. Because I want to type into this some of this stuff. NX69. 69. Away we go. 4.27 volts before I've armed. We're going to limp it upstairs to do the max RPM run and to harass the family. All right, so we go over here. And we go, yay! And we try not to hit the wall. Let's see what we got. Oh my god. 59, 225. 59, 225. Okay, and now we just fly. I'm going to fly it down here. When I fly upstairs, I use a lot more throttle. Hey. Oh! Suck it, Trebek! You son of a bitch! Oh! Okay. Oh, we are in it tonight. We are in it tonight. It is a 12-hour live stream. I'm staring at the front of a PS1. It fell the correct direction. It's all going down. Don't you dare get stuck in the corner of this thing. Hello. Brand new NX69 right here. Ah, I let it hang too long. And I'm going to try to land when when it's at 3.5 at a hover. 3.51. There it is. 3.5 at a hover, and we land 2.08. So 2.08. And battery is bouncing back to 3.71. 3.71. I'm keeping track of all this. Okay. Battery bounced back to 3.71. It just hit 3.72, but it was at 3.71 for a while. Cool? On to the next. That's how we're going to do this, and then we can just kind of compare all those numbers at the end. I don't have to land at the exact right time, but I do want to land as close as possible to the same amount of time and everything. I'm also making sure that I plug these batteries all the way in. All right, number 2. Who does number 2 work for? This is a little bit of a heavier rig. Oh, that was a big one. That should be a little bit higher of an RPM. 58,875. No, it wasn't quite as much. I'll be damned. That felt like a better run. A better full throttle run. Ah, I missed that. Dropping down into that gate. Hey, buddy. Get over there. Oh, just barely. Oh, not quite. Ah, so close. That is a satisfying little combo right there. Oh, I tried to make a big correction to line that up, and I didn't quite get there. Got close, though. Woo! No, no, no! Ah. Woo! That was pretty hot, let's be honest. Oh, buddy. Oh, 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 oh. .5 at a hover. Oh, nope, 351. 350. There it is. 2 minutes and 12. And then, what do we got? 3.69, pretty consistent. 2 minutes and 12, 3.7. Let's see if it hits 3.71. 3.7. There it is. 1. Let me give it another second to see if it hits 3.72. Because I might put this down as 3.70. Nope. I'm going to put this down as 3.70. Because it took a second to get to 3.71. Very consistent between those two. That's pretty slick. All right. Another NX69. Plugging the battery all the way in. Away we go. Oh shit. Teddy spaghetti. Uh-oh, hold on. Easy. Whoo, shit. That was not that clean of a run, but let's just see. 59,758. 59,758. All right. What's he doing? What are you doing, little dog? Look at this little monster. Hey, no. Oh, God. What am I doing? Easy, big fella. Oh, man. The trench run would have looked so sick just now. Woo. I don't know what that was. I was just holding on for dear life. Oh, I tried to really, like, cork that out. Woo! Hey! Hey! Oh! Oh, I thought I could get a Matty flip going through the newbie drin cube. Oh, almost. I got through the first one. Third time's a charm. Oh, it looks so fucking good. Oh, it just looks so cool when I get it right. Where am I? Oh. Oh, I missed it. Missed it. Ah. Oh, that was close. That was close. 3.5 at a hover. 3.5 at a hover. 2 minutes and 18. I ran that one down a little bit farther, I think. 2 minutes 18. Let's see what it bounces up to. 369. Isn't that a song lyric? 369. Blah 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 blah. Fart. 370. It took a while to get to 3.70 though. I'm going to put it as 369, especially because it ran for longer. Okay, last NX69. Here we go. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Come on. Come on, plug, you bastard. You bastard. Here we go. All right, last one. This worked well, man. This little double plug worked super well. Doodly doot 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 doot. Here we go! Last one. Let's see if we can get to 60,000 RPM. Oh, shit. No, no, no. Stop it. Oh, God. That's not going to help me get to 60,000 RPM. Here we go. That was a huge one. There we go. If that didn't do it, it never will. Oh, 58,992. Damn, not even close. Well, lots of consistency, though. That's nice. Come back down. Ugh. Tried to throw it backwards through there. Oh, what on earth was that? Here's what I was trying to do. I was trying to just sneak through it. Oh my God. I can't do it. I was trying to just sneak through there. And then just like that. Hey! Almost. Oh, God. Nope. Hey. Oh, yo! What? That is fucking cool. I never knew I could do that. Yo, it's perfectly lined up. Oh, my goodness. Right here. Oh, fucker. Oh, fucker. What? Where am I? Ooh. I love that. Ooh, and it's hard to line up, too. I like it even more now. Right over here. Oh, dude, that's fun. It's not easy. Oh, yo. Okay. Figuring out some new shit. It's not often that we figure that new stuff out. Farts. Getting to the end of this battery. Maggie got me these socks for Christmas. They're very warm. I should probably take them off. 3.51 at a hover, 3.5 at a hover. That's it. Uh-oh. Screw you too. Nah, I ain't bending over. You fuck off if you think I'm bending over. 219. I should have bent over. We'll let the voltage come up. We'll see where it lands. 3.7. It's going to be a 3.7. 3.7. Very consistent. Very, very, very consistent. Which, when I'm doing testing like this, like, is really, really, really important. It freaks me the fuck out when I don't get consistency. It makes me feel like, you know, we're not doing things right. So here's where we're at. Let's do this. Derpa, 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 derpa. We got a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and a little bit of that. 59,000, 58,000, high 58s, high 59, high 58. So pretty obvious. It's willing to do 58 to 59,000, almost 60,000 RPM on that early battery, full banana pants, donkey, donkey, donkey. Run times are a little bit less consistent, but, you know, 2 minutes and 10 seconds to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. That's pretty good. And then the ending battery voltage, 3.71706970. Really, really good. BetaFPV V2. Here we go. And I've got 5 of these things charged. Flat spot goes towards me. All right. Let's do it. 4.27 on takeoff, same exact as the NX 69s. Big moment here. Let's see. This is where supposedly these will do better. Woo! Feels the same. 59,475. A little bit more, but not like massively more. The NX69 did 59,758 at one point. So, let's see. Oh my god, what am I doing? Oh, I tried to correct that to line myself up, but I didn't quite get there. I think what I'm feeling is that it's a little bit lighter weight. There's something. It feels ever so slightly better. With the emphasis on ever so slightly. Oh, God. Jesus. That hanging newbie drone gate is really tough. Oh, my God! Just keep it going. Just keep it going. Come on. We got this. Oh! I did that in the opposite direction, which is why I had to make that really sharp stop. Oh, that would have been too sick. Oh, God, it's so good. When I hit that, it's one of the most satisfying things down here, because these newbie drone gates are really small compared to the other ones. What did I do on that first battery? I showed the quad. What else? Hey, what was that? I've got a Plex server set up back here now. I just have to figure out how to get it going the right way. My dad gave me a 24 terabyte hard drive for Christmas with his entire database of movies and stuff. It's filled. 2 minutes and 34, but I did run this battery down a little bit farther. So let's see what the voltage comes back up to. I wish I hadn't run this battery down so far. 2 minutes and 34. Yeah, it's only bouncing back to 3.66. 3.6. Will it get to 6.7? No. Okay, well, that's a bummer that I ran this battery down a little bit too far, but we got 4 more. Let's see. So far, it's not jumping out as, like, drastically better. All things considered, for the record, if you want a proper test of these batteries, you're going to want to... I mean, the racers fly so much different, but, like, I don't know. They're on a clock, you know? Like, racers have a much better scenario to evaluate stuff, because they can do it on the clock. But see, racing is so much different than this. What am I doing? I forgot to go upstairs. Alright, well, this RPM test is fucked. But we'll still do it, just so that we take the same amount out of this battery. Maybe it's not. Let's see. Woo! Right, let's check it. Whoa! What? Why? That's disturbing. Why did that just happen? Do the batteries like a little bit of voltage taken out of them? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe the battery is warming up. Lithium polymer batteries supposedly perform better when they're a little bit warmed up. Hold on. I'm gonna put an NX69 back on the charger. I'm gonna put just one. One NX69 back on the charger, and we'll test that dead last. And I'll do a couple of power loops before I do that full throttle run. I'm gonna stop doing that though. I'm gonna keep doing that full throttle run with them fresh to keep that control going. But then when I do the live stream about this, we'll see. Now, I mean, I can't just like do. I guess I can. I guess I can just come down here and like do 2 power loops real quick before I do the full throttle run testing. I wanted to drop it down into that cube, but... Woo! Hey, yo, hey! Oh, God. I want to try to get a wall ride worked out in here. And I think it's going to be like... I think it's going to be like that. Like, that's the only way I can get enough distance. For a proper wall ride. Nope, didn't throw it far enough. Is that the end of the battery? I think it is. Oh man, I ran this one down way too far! Come on! 3.66. Is it going to hit 3.67? Nope. 3.66. Alright, I got to do better. Do better in this next one. Do better. Alright, control myself. Don't get all hopped up. Just chill. Let it be. You know what it could be? It could be the Vbat sag compensation. It could be limiting my voltage more at the very beginning of the... Well, it is limiting my voltage more at the beginning of the battery. But that's okay. As long as we keep doing it right away, it's limiting it down the same amount. Woo! That was a big run. Whoa! There we go. There's a 60 right off the rip. Okay. That's cool. That I got this thing right upstairs that had all the same Vbat limiting that any of the other ones would. So the V2s are doing a little better than the NX69. Not that much, though. Right? Like, this is pretty subtle. But we'll see. I got to get a battery where I actually bring it home at the right time. Oh, this battery feels... Oh, fuck. I was about to say, this battery feels good. Don't! Oh! Yeah, buddy. Oh, God, this battery feels like it's got power. Hey. Oh, shit. Oh! The proximity on that was delightful. Oh! Yo! What? Oh! I mean, it's just a front flip, so like it's not hard to do, but it just looks silly. It looks crazy. I want to try to lay it out more, though, so you can actually see what's going on. One more. Nope. Oh, shite. Ah, shite. Oh, no! I got lost! Didn't know where I was going. Hold on. I'm a mess right now. Oh, that was a hard hit. I fucking wailed that thing into the ground. Catch that one. Oh, yeah. Damn, I did it again! Much better this time, though. No! 367? It's... this is fine. 3.67? 3.67. Is it going to get to 3.68? I don't think so. Balls. Alright, two more. Two more. Alright, be better. Be better. Bring it home earlier. Just relax. Bring it home just a little bit earlier. A little bit earlier. Just a little bit. Come on, buddy. You can do it. I think I can feel the difference in weight. Oh, shit. Oh, don't explode. 61! Holy shit! 61.9! Yo! Okay. 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 We're on to something here. Oh, I crashed upstairs. Look at that. Oh, God. Hey, don't do it. Stop it! Look at the length on that power loop, yo! Oh, speaking of length. Oh my god, what was that? I just got all discombobulated. That was weird. Oh, so close. Hey. Hey. Newbie Dren Cube, why are you being so mean to me all of a sudden? Oh my god, what's happening? Get in and out. There it was. No, no, get off the wall. Oh! I drugged the throttle a little bit instead of zeroing it out, and I got bit. Don't do it. No, 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 don't yet. Oh my god. Oh! It's so bring it home. Bring it home. That's it. That's it. 2 minutes and 9. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, you bitch. Bounce back. Bounce back, you effer. 209. Bounce back up. 37. Here we go. Come on. 371. Give me the 1. Give me the 371. Give me the 3.71. Give it to me. 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 3.07 is fine. Or 3.70 is fine. Finally. Jesus. Okay. All right. Great. Great, great. Hey, there's the 371. But on the previous battery, we weren't crediting that. So that's great. I ran that battery the same amount. And look at the runtime. The runtime came down just the way it was before, 208. But look at that fucking RPM, dude. 61,987. Last V2 Lava battery. It's looking like they are a little bit better. Not like ditch all your batteries and run out and buy them better. But like next time you're buying batteries, definitely buy these better, right? They're a little bit lighter. And they're making a little bit more RPM. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Whee! 6217. Okay. Pretty good little data set going here, man. I gotta be honest. I'm happy with this. No. Don't fly up there. Don't fly up there. Oh no! The door ate me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We good. Oh my god! The full desk power loop on the first shot. You dirty bastard, you. Oh no. How did I hit that? That was kind of cruel. Okay. Hey! Stop it. Look at that fucking hang time. Big correction to try to make that happen, but didn't quite get it right. Oh, I was really thinking that I could swing that one, but I wanted to try to back it all the way down the lane there. No man's land over here. That is fun, man. Oh my god! Doing full desk power loops like it's my motherfucking job. Oh, wait, it is. Yo! Oh, I love that move. I love it because it's new. But that's okay. Looks pretty cool. Stop it. Stop it. I won't hit it on this one. Or I will. I usually have a really tough time with those desk power loops. Because the gap up here is real small. Right? Oh, God. Oh! Wait. I did it again. Son of a bitch! Son of an absolute bitch. 2 minutes and 34 seconds. God damn it. 3.65. Maybe 3.66. Yeah, 3.66. I cannot believe I just did it again. That's a pretty tight data set. Let's take a look. Let's take a gander here. I really, really wish that I hadn't. Well, actually, let's talk about this for a second. I'm coming home when I start to feel and notice battery sag. Consistently, the V2 batteries, I came home quite a bit later, right? Like, not that, I mean, 10, 15 seconds, but still. Sag is really tough to kind of quantify, right? But still, my mental signal to come home is when the battery starts feeling a little saggy, and I consistently stayed out longer on the V2s, which is a good thing, for sure. Oh, we got to run some of these 280s. I'm interested to see these 280s. So, 59, 58, 59, 58, 59, 61, 60, 61, 60. So, pretty fucking obvious. The BetaFPV V2s are turning, 8901, 2,000 more RPM freshly charged. Really cool stuff there. And then, so we've got 371, 370, 37, 369, basically 37. So all four of these came home at 3.7. These kind of all came home at 366. So 0.04 less of a volt, but we got more runtime. Basically 210, 210, 220, 220. 235, almost 240, 230, 209, which is interesting because it's the same as these, but then 234. So do they run a little bit longer? Maybe. I mean, look, we're talking about 0.04 of a volt, which is like not that much, but it's something. It's something. We definitely did run them down, and that could totally account for the extra, 14 seconds. That one doesn't count. 18, 19, 20 to 15 seconds, right? But this is what's exciting for me. And they're lighter. Nothing wrong with the NX69s. The plug is great. Totally fine. You can plug them in backwards. Absolutely. If you're in a hurry and you forget that you want to put the yellow side out and you put the gold side out, sure, you could absolutely plug the NX69 in backwards. You can plug a BT2.0 in backwards. It's a lot harder, though. It is way harder than plugging in an NX69 in backwards. NX69 as a connector apparently does flow better. As I've said in the past, that is not the bottleneck. The connector is not the bottleneck once we get to the flow of BT2.0. So it kind of doesn't matter that the NX69 flows more than a BT2.0. I guess maybe unless you're running like a 1.6 inch rig with big gnarly motors and a big 450 or 550 mAh battery. But I don't know if you could do that. I don't know if they make an NX69 battery that's 450 or 550. Mupshot says I was flying with someone who plugged an XT30 in backwards. You just watched someone fly that's plugged multiple XT30s in backwards. They're actually not very difficult to plug in backwards, to be honest with you. Woo! Hot in this motherfucker. What did the poll say? Ooh, 68% of you said that the V2 will prevail. You were right. You were right. The V2 is a slightly better battery. Turning higher RPM like that, unequivocally, it's not sagging as bad. Flying it around, it feels like it's not sagging as bad. They do feel a little bit lighter. What we figured out, they're 0.2, 0.3 grams lighter. That's not nothing, right? Like 0.2 or 0.3 grams, I've been able to notice in the past. So the fact that they're lighter, that's cool. That's not potentially. That is definitely going to make them run a little bit longer, right? A lighter rig is going to fly for longer. The end. There's no arguing that. And so, yeah. Little bit better. Little tiny bit better. If you're doing an order and the Lava V2s are available, snag them. Is it actually 320 milliamps? I don't think so. Could be, but I doubt it. But it does not sag as much. That's awesome. I love that. I really do. And it's a little bit lighter. That's a super, super, super bonus. Let's get caught up on chat here. What a cool little test. Bob Noxus is in the house. What's up, brother? How the hell are you? Merry Christmas, dude. Boop, 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 boop. ZipFPV says, interestingly, after your second or third run NX69 crashed, the max RPM said 60,054, higher than your full throttle run. Yeah, we saw that. We saw that with the V2. I'm pretty sure that's the RPM leveling. Uriel says, things mechanical have to run in, but something with no parts, I think it's silly to run in a battery. I agree. The people that say it's a real thing claim that it has to do with the chemistry of the battery. The chemistry is not going to change in the battery. I guess maybe it does. But, like, no, I don't believe the whole you have to run the batteries in thing. Hey, if one of you gets some of these V2s, can you do some data collection like this and see if they get any better as you run them in? Jimmy the Cow says, hearing CiotFPV freestyle Little John was worth the wait in the stream. Frank Nicholas says, talk to me, message or email about Plex, longtime collector since 1996. Damn, 96 terabytes of storage for my collection. Holy shit. A buddy of mine invited me to a torrent site just called The Site eons ago. And it's one of these secret torrent sites. And I started downloading lots of shit. We're going like 10 years back now, I guess. I got my dad an invite to the site at some point. And he stayed on there. I got off of there once like Netflix got good and Hulu and all that jazz, and I kind of bailed on it. But my dad's been continuing to download stuff, and it's all really good stuff. And so this collection on this hard drive is pretty wild. I think there's a Mac Mini on the TV over there now with the hard drive hooked up to it, and it's my dad's old computer, and he has Plex installed. And so when I launch Plex, it's logged in as him. I think what I need to do is just log in as me. I already have a Plex account, but I don't have a paid Plex account. But I think I just need to log in as me, and then it'll walk me through a setup, and then in the setup process, I can point it at that drive, and it'll have everything in there. I'm sure it's a quick thing that I can kind of figure out, but it's all there, and it's pretty slick. Plex is really neat. I set up an account forever ago. And I could see my dad's Plex server that was up in, he lives in New Jersey. But I think I remember when I would go to play files, it was really slow because it's trying to connect to, his server all the way up in New Jersey. And so I didn't really use it very much, but it's really cool to have it here because the TV upstairs has a Plex application. And so, yeah, just like having all the stuff is pretty rad. And, cancel Netflix, cancel fucking everything, HBO Max, cancel. I mean, all we really have is well, no, I guess my dad gave me his Apple TV account, so we have Apple TV, but the only other thing we have is HBO Max, which I think comes free with AT&T, but I bet you if I call AT&T and say, yo, I don't want this, give me a discount, they probably will. And then Netflix, hard to get rid of Netflix because there's a bunch of like new shows on there, but yeah, pretty slick. Pretty slick. Mudderton says, happy holiday. This is the only thing better than the 24/7 Goodwood Festival of Speed stream. Is Goodwood doing a stream? No way. Goodwood. Oh, shit, bro. A 24/7 Goodwood revival stream. No way. Oh, wait. What? Oh, I see. I was gonna say they don't. So they're airing both the Festival of Speed and the Revival and the 82nd. Oh my god, dude! What? That is cool. All 3 Goodwood events from this year. That's outrageous. I gotta turn this off so that you guys don't leave me. Leave me on your laptop or something. Come on now. Uriel says, Runcam Nano 7, you tested it? Yes, it was really good, and then it broke. The cameras break. Don't, like, it's not bad because it broke. It just broke. It just happened to break. But it was really good. The Runcam Nano 7 looked exactly like the FXT, whatever the FXT camera that the Mobile 6 2024 came with. The chips on the back were identical. The picture was identical. I did a little camera test. Is it in here, I wonder? Runcam Nano 7. No, it's not in here, but the FXT is in here. So, like, this is roughly what it looks like. That's what the FXT camera looks like. Wait, no. Hold on. FXT. Oh, did I not test the FXT up here? Apparently not. But yeah, that's the FXT compared to the CO3. FXT, CO3. FXT is a bright camera, as you can obviously see. And then Runcam Nano 3. A little bit less field of view. FXT, Runcam Nano 3, FXT, CO3. CO3 is the best, but it's got a big front lens on it, which is a little bit heavier. The FXT is not as good as the CO3, but the FXT has the screw holes in it, so it's easier and more secure to mount in the old school Mobile 6 canopy. And it's fine. The FXT is fine. It looks washed out here because these studio lights are cranking. It's a bright camera. I'm still fine with the Runcam Nano 3. It's super lightweight, super durable. It just works. Uriel says, Runcam... Oh, we got that. Raze is in the house. What's up, dude? He says, Merry Christmas, bro. Finally got a chance to sit down and start watching Christmas with the family all day. Very cool. Frank Nicholas says, there's no such thing as a secret torrent site by definition and function, like thinking virtual currencies are anonymous. My collection were all personally ripped, not downloaded. Very cool. It's a pretty secret site. I've never come across anybody that knows about the site. They only give out invites to people that are super active, and they only give out 1 invite per year. And if somebody screws up, they get banned, and the person that invited them gets banned. So it's pretty cool. Obviously, nothing on the internet is secret, but it's about as secret as it's going to get. It's pretty slick. I mean, the fact that it's a torrent site and it's still around, that's pretty secret, right? Like, the Pirate Bay is long gone. I mean, Pirate Bay was super obvious, but still, it's somewhat secret. Woo! All right. Danzilla says it's a private tracker. That's it. Yep, it's a private tracker. Frank says private is not equal to secret. There are many torrent sites still around. Pirate Bay is still around. Got to know where to look. Jimmy the Cow says, anybody remember Mini Nova? I remember Mini Nova. Holy shit. What was I going to do with this NX69 battery? I guess I figured it out. I don't really need this NX69 battery. But we'll try it anyway. I'll do 2 power loops, and then I'll go upstairs and do the full stank run. Watch this, though. I got a surprise for you. Surprise coming! Surprise coming! Oh, yeah, there it goes. Oh. Ready for this? We're going to fly a couple of these 280s. See how they are. Ooh. I wish I'd ripped... Man, I had one hell of a DVD collection. I ripped my whole CD collection, but I didn't rip any of my DVD collection before I got rid of it. I really wish that I had. I had a phenomenal DVD collection at one point. But, I mean, it's only 640 by 480, so it's like, to some extent, who cares, you know? Come on! ELRS, do it. Bacardi and Cola, do it, do it. 280. There he is. He's supposed to be flopping. Flop, you bastard! Don't just stand there, you idiot! Flop! There he is. He's flopping now. Somebody sent me this, but unbelievably, Maggie got me one for Christmas. I wonder if the wind will... I don't want to hit him and knock him over. Oh my god! I might have just cut him up. I hope not. Do it, bro. Do it! Flop, you bastard! Flop! Yeah! There he goes! He's doing it! This 280 feels light. Oh my god! Oh, no, no. Get me out. Oh, nope. Nope. Oh, I went through a gate at the last second there. Not very much on purpose, though. Oh, you... Oh, boy. That was embarrassing. Get back up! Get back up, you jerk! Uh-oh. I can hear it. He's going for it again. Yeah! Yeah, buddy. Yeah! Woo! 280, I got 2 minutes and 14. Not bad. Not bad at all. Those little 280s are okay. I don't hate them. Let's do a little full throttle rip with them. See how it compares. I'll go straight upstairs. I think I'm going to turn off Vbat sag compensation for the live stream. Woo! Shit. Let's see how close to 60 it can get. Whoa! What? 61, 296? What the hell's that about? Is it because it's lighter? What? What in the Sam Hill? Oy. Woo. Maybe these 280s are the way to go. Shit. Oh, balls to all y'all. Oh, no! This is gonna be bad. Oh, it landed on top of the sub. What a time to be alive. Oh, come on. Really? I didn't... Don't tell me I hit that. That's utter nonsense. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, I just tapped the ceiling. I'm just trying to get a big inverted throw going. Ready? Here we go. Oh my god, what was that? I like over-rotated, but then it was... That was really weird. That's what I wanted. How am I doing all these full desk power loops? That's usually my, like, worst maneuver. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Two minutes and 5. Yeah, so I'm obviously less runtime. It feels great on these batteries, though. It feels really good. 1 point something grams lighter. Yeah, I mean, you know, 2 minutes and 5 seconds runtime, but just switch the battery out. They're not coming out of here boiling hot. Yeah, these 280s are rocking, man. Let's do another full throttle run. Oh god, no. All right. 61! What is the deal? I guess it's lighter. And that is a really acceleration heavy kind of thing. I can't believe how much... Oh man, this feels awesome. That gram... Hold on. Oh, yeah. That gram lighter makes a difference. So close. Tube man! Look at this fan here. This fan is my savior right now. This fan is the only thing keeping me alive right now. No, what was that? Trench run. Oh! Uh-oh. Oh my god, I knocked one of these over? That's insane! Alright, no trench run at the end of a dive unless I can cook the speed off. I tried to do the front flip through there and just completely fucked it. Ah. How you doing, tube guy? Still just happy to be here? Oh, there you go. There you go, bro. Sometimes you gotta take a break from dancing to just, you know, stand up straight. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Well, if you run the battery down too low, you can get 2 minutes and 30 seconds. These 280s are good. These 280s are real good. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed by these 280s. Man, they feel nice. Saving that gram. Ooh, bro. That is, that's pretty slick. Hey, we got an NX69 charged. All the way up. Cool. Last TinyWhoop battery for a little bit here. Maybe last one of the live stream. I'm not sure. We're going to do 2 power loops, and then we're going to go upstairs and do a full throttle run and see if we can get that 60,000 number. It doesn't matter, though, because I tested the Lava V2s at the same time, and they hit 60. So, like, the test results are good. I'm just kind of curious. So, 1. Yo, it feels heavy. Big difference in weight. A gram is a huge difference in weight. Woo! That was a good one, too. That'll be 60. No! 59,354. Okay. Well, there we go, man. Lava V2s. Absolutely. Making more peak RPM. Uh-oh. What was that? What was that about? Oh, I got hung up in this. What? I got hung up in this garland stuff. Easy. Everybody relax. This is just a for fun battery. Christmas mirror flip. Here we go. Sneak up on it. Not close enough. We can do better. Sneak up on it. Nope. Oh, the little touch. Oh, the fan is beating on me right now. I'm like, why is it so inconsistent here? Oh, there it was. What you know about the mirror flip? Uh-oh. Merry Christmas, happy ornaments. Happy acorns, other ornaments, little foxy guy. Look at this ornament. You ought to know nothing about this ornament. Hold on. That says Jack's Mannequin on it, bro. I got Jack's Mannequin ornaments. Look at that little fella. Hey. That was a nice little hop. Oh, very fun. Very, very, very fun. My thumb is mangled. Skull says he's got the fentanyl lean. Oh my god. Jack's Mannequin is a band, an indie rock band that I was super into way back when. The lead singer of Jack's Mannequin is a survivor of hold on. Leukemia. Andrew McMahon developed leukemia and somehow fought through it and survived. And yeah, his band was Jack's Mannequin. Now he's after that he did a lot of singer-songwriter kind of solo stuff. This little shit's stout, bro. This little guy is holding up. I've been beating the balls out of this little fucking thing. And it is just absolutely hanging in there. I'm going to leave this alone because we're going to do a live stream with some more testing here. But this rig worked perfect. Yeah. Not broken. Cranking 60,000 RPM on those full throttle jams. I'm going to do something. I'm going to throw one more 280 on the charger. I'm going to go in. And I'm going to turn off Vbat sag compensation. I want to know what this will do full stank a lot of puss. I'm going to put a 320 on the charger as well. I got to know, man. I got to know what it'll do all the way unleashed. And I'm going to go turn off the tube man. Let's fire up Betaflight. Well, actually, I can do this in like 1 second. So, there it is. Off. Save. Okay. So, we're good. Let me just double check it. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So, when these batteries are charged, I'm going to check it out and see if we can get even more than 61. Hey. Tube guy, bro. Look at the tube guy. Look what Sage got me. Those are socks, yo. Those are tightly rolled up socks. Look at that shit. Isn't that the coolest thing ever? I don't, like, I can't, I'm not gonna open it. I'm just gonna leave it. Like, because, come on. If I unroll them, it won't look this cool. This is amazing. This is the coolest looking thing ever. I'm just gonna leave it. It's so weird, but, like, I can't open it. I would rather have this, like this, than sushi socks that I'm gonna ruin. You know? Unbelievable. Hey, what do y'all think this is? I think it's just a soldering practice board, but this came with the Spinny Boys motors. Look at this PCB. Look at this weird ass thing. Obviously, there's that's a spot for a one of the little JST plugs. But like, look at this weird bastard. It's some sort of a power distribution board, right? Like main power leads here, and then JST there, and then obviously Jim Jams here. But like, isn't that weird? That came with the Spinny Boys motors. I think they just like made it for something, and they had made a million of them, and they just kind of have them. I assume. I don't know why else they would. It has nothing to do with motors, but isn't that cool? Islander FPV said motor test pad. Could be. 1, 2, 3. But you would need an ESC, wouldn't you? You got to have something to alternate the current between the motors. Interesting. Izzy Boop and Eva are here. How the hell are you? Merry Christmas. Thank you for coming. Yeah, so there we go. BetaFPV Lava V2s. Most impressive. I was kind of split. Like, on one hand, I was like, well, enough people have said that they're better that maybe they really are better. But I'm fairly cynical when it comes to TinyWhoop batteries. I've tested a lot of TinyWhoop batteries, and I've yet to see a significant enough difference between them. This is significant, though. Like, this is real. I really wish that I hadn't run these down so low, but I really do think that, you know, running them down 0.04 lower is just where the extra 10 to 12 to 13 seconds of runtime came from. But this is what's exciting. All above 60, all below 60. You can't really argue that, especially because we did it 4 times in a row. This was an anomaly here. But yeah, these 4 versus these 4. I mean, that's obvious. And these were all charged and discharged, broken in exactly the same. And they've all had the exact same number of cycles on them. They're all on their own happy little connector, same quad, same testing methodology. You know, I take off, up the stairs, into the corner, roughly the same amount of time. I love it. All right, let's get going. Hey, Islander FPV says, seems like the 280s sag less than the old 260s for sure, and can keep accelerating the motors to full throttle a bit longer to hit the higher RPM. Yeah, they feel way better than the 260s. In fairness, though, my 260s are old and moldy. Denzel the Terrible, we got that. Eva FPV says, happy Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Izzy Boop says, stank a lot of puss? Indeed. Stank a lot of puss. You know it. What you motherfuckers know, all of you, about the stank a lot of puss? Does the internet know about the stank a lot of puss? I don't even know how it's spelled. Nope. Internet don't know shit about this Stank-A-Lot-of-Puss. It thinks I'm looking at the Death Lotus. Death-a-Lotus. Cephalov. Maybe there's just one T? No. AI thinks it's a slang or novelty word. I don't like that. Maybe 2 S's? No. Maybe 2 T's. 2 T's and 2 S's. Nah, man, the internet is it don't know shit. I don't know where Stank-A-Lot-of-Puss is from. But I like it. I do like it. Eva says sushi sucks, and I've said those too, and I haven't opened them either. I'm not gonna open them. I'm really not. Denzel Terrible says we need more Izzy and Eva guest appearances on stream. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Upshot says stink a lot of puss sounds better than puss a lot of stink. I agree. Z-Bones is here. What's up, dude? Cool, man. We did an entire build. Well, almost. We did about as much as I'm willing to do in my 3-inch frame with these awesome new, not new, but super rare Spinny Boy 1405 4800 kV motors that are going to send this thing into fucking orbit. I just need to get some TPU stuff going on in this, which I'll do probably tomorrow. And just kind of finish up. I got like all the really boring shit to do, but other than that, this thing is good to go. Tune RC Poly 04 Light in the thingy here that lets me put the ND filters on it. Yeah, XR1 for either 2.4 or 900. So yeah, this is super fun. We did the battery test. What's next? Should we... Do I dare take this apart while you guys are watching and try to swap this board in so that I can charge the effing battery back up again? The problem is I'm going to have to leave... I'm going to have to put Ian's videos on. And if I let it play too long, we're going to get copyright ding-dong. Let's just see. There's a couple obvious screws on here. 1, 2. Let's just pull those out and see what happens. Because, like, obviously I'm going to have to pull those screws. So, let me dive into the toolbox here and start grabbing drivers to see what size these are. Let's just see what happens here. Alright, so it's smaller than that. It's definitely smaller than that. This could be it. Nope. A little bit bigger than that. Nope, this is too small. Oh no, this is it. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so this is my Mavic 2 Pro. Do we have a Mavic 2 or Mavic 3? I forget. But yeah, the mini micro, whatever the hell it is, USB port has broken inside of this, which makes charging it damn near impossible. But luckily they sell the board for this, which I snagged off eBay for like $20. Okay, so those 2 screws are out. I don't see any other screws. There could be some screws under these pads, or I could just maybe need to lift it up. I'm interested to see how far we can get before we check a video. Well, it's coming out a little bit. Might be one of those situations where you gotta just like pry it up. It might have like little tabs. Or there could be another screw somewhere. There's some screws in here, but we don't in theory, we won't need to do anything with these little guys. Let's just see. So, is this a just pry it up and it pops loose situation? All right, well, let's just take a super quick. Veritas Weasel, what's up, dude? How are you? Merry Christmas. Islander says, I put the Flywoo 1003 14800s on Mobula 804 Lite with the ultralight HQ2 by 1.5 by 2 props and the Flywoo 420 mAh 2S batteries. It's night and day, more responsive and powerful than before. Wow, yeah, those 1003 14 or 15,000 kV motors are bananas. They're really good on bi-blades. Really, really, really good. All right, so let's see. We want Mads Tech Mavic controller. And now he's got a tear down. Where's the tear down? Here it is. It is a Mavic 2. USB repair. Yeah, this is exactly what happened to me. So, once we get through the commercials, there we go. And I've already watched a bunch of it. So, okay. Here we are. So there's those 2 screws that I just took off. And then, let me just mute it. I should be able to keep, oh, okay. So he popped those things off. How did he pop those off? Hold on. I'll just keep bouncing back and forth to here. So he put the screwdriver in and just popped it up and out. Okay. And then I'm assuming there's another screw under there. Cool. Let's do it. So come in here. Amazing. Come in here. Amazing. All right. Yep. Look at that. More screws. Sweet. Is that a screw? What is that? Hold on. Let me get some magnification going so I can see what the hell I'm doing. All right, so I've got, just as an update, I've got another 2 hours and 15 minutes in this increasingly hot bunny suit here. So let's make the most out of it. And Schnarfle the Garthog. Those are not screw holes. Those are where the those screws from a second ago are jacked into. There are Phillips heads down here, but I don't have enough room to get to them. And so I'm going to have to refer to Matt's text video again. You know, I'm just going to let it play while I leave this view up, and then we'll be okay. Oh, he's just prying it up. He's prying on it. Oh, I see. He's picking these guys off. Okay. Okay. That whole piece? Oh, the whole bottom piece. Okay. This whole bottom piece pops off. I got it. All right. So, let's get it out of here. Bottom piece. Come on off. Yep, there it goes. What the hell did we do before YouTube, yo? What in the world? Like, silly shit like this, right? Like, how do I take the bottom piece off? It's all snapped in. Like, I mean, I guess you just crank on it and eventually you break it and it pops off and it's whatever. You know, a little bit of broken plastic never hurt nobody. But, like, Jesus. Seeing somebody else do this and then being like, oh, they just pried it up from the left instead of the right. That's just, like, gold, man. Gold. Alright, and so this, probably need to do the exact same thing on the bottom, but just for the sake of argument, let me see if I can pop it off like that. No. Yeah, okay, so there's a little, I can just kind of pry it over here, it looks like. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Come up out of there. Hey, come on. Come on, you bastard. Let's stick this guy in the bottom here, see if we can kind of pry it out. You bastard. Come on out of there. I'm trying not to use a metal screwdriver because it'll leave dents in the plastic. But, I mean, if I have to, I certainly will. Let's just try to get a little bit of a pry on the bottom here. It's almost off. I just, you know, want to go cranking on it too hard and have it explode. Hold on. Let me just... So he got it. He got the bottom part. Okay. Pried. So there's clips down here. Yeah, so there's little clippies down here, I think. So... Whoopsie. There's like nothing to grab onto. Let me pull it up this way. Yeah, here we go. There we go. Yep. Okay. There's clips here for sure. Come on. Pop off the clip, you little biatch. I could probably just pull this part away a little bit, because this is probably where the clips are. Almost. Try not to pry with thing. It's not a prier. It's not a pry tool. I am gonna grab a little flathead just to give it a little pry action. Yeah, I can feel it letting go now that I'm actually properly prying on it. It's popping out. Yeah, there it goes. Come on. Yep, there it is. There it is. Cool. And sweet. And yeah, there's the clips. Clip, 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 clip. Oh, there's side ones too. Okay. All right, what's next, Ian? Hook a brother up. Next up, he is... Whoo, boy, there's a bunch of stuff I missed. Okay. 2 screws, bottom plate, and then... Okay. Phillips head screws in the corners here. Right? Yep. Phillips head screws in the corner. In the corners, I should say. 1, 2. Also, I don't have to draw a little picture on my desk of where all these screws are when I have a tutorial video, because I can just rewind the video and then watch where everything comes out of. Alright, so we got those. What's next? He's showing the inside. Oh. He's unplugging something. He's unplugging this. Okay. Alright. I'm down. I can unplug things. So, itty bitty little plug over here. We're going to unplug this. Ooh, the plastic is cracked a little bit in here. I hope I didn't just do that. A little itty bitty plug here. I'm going to try to unplug it by the connector to not put any stress on the wires. There we go. And then apparently there's another one on the other side, it looks like. Yep, there's another one on the other side. There's two on the other side, actually. EVFPV mentioning guitar picks are good. That's a good idea. What color was that one he just popped out? The white one. He popped out the white one. Okay. So that's this one here. Oh, that's this is going to the battery. Okay. Pull this white one out. Come on out of there. All right, almost. So close. Come on, motherfucker. Get out of there. I need pliers with a little grip. This is it. There we go. Okay. So we got that unplugged. There is another one here. I think I should probably unplug this one too. I can always plug it back in. Didn't look like he unplugged it, but I think this is the board that we're replacing. This bottom board here. No, it's not. It's not. We're not replacing this bottom board. But oh, it's the gimbals that I'm unplugging. Yeah, I'm gonna have to unplug both gimbals. It wouldn't make sense to only unplug one. So both gimbals are unplugged. What's next, Ian? This thing? I gotta pry this thing off? That's pretty obnoxious. Is he really prying this off? He is. Okay. Trying not to fire it across the room, I guess. Oh, he's on the... prying it off from the inside? Oh, he got it from the inside. Look at that. How the hell? How did you get it from the inside, brother? That was pretty impressive. Hold up. Where's my little flashlight at? Okay, on the inside here. Ooh, I don't know about that, man. I don't know about prying it off on the inside. That looks sketchy. Oh, but it is here, so if I fuck it up, it's actually totally fine. Because I am replacing that part of the board. Well, let's just see. I got no room in here. I got no room to, like, pry on it, really. If I just yoink it up here. Okay. Oh! Thank God I'm replacing it, because it just... That break? I hope I didn't just screw myself over. Hold on, let me look at the picture of him getting it. Nope. The white piece came off with his too. Okay, great. The battery is disconnected. That was one of those things that I just unplugged. Okay, and so now he's pulling the face off. Okay. He's just kind of like working his way around. Yeah, okay. He's using some stuff. I don't want to wreck this spudger. Just going to use this little flathead here. This is similar to pulling cars apart. Interior panels of cars use these like kind of hidden clips. And so you just kind of get good at like figuring out where they are. Like you can kind of feel them. You just sort of work your way around, and when it's not flexing in a spot anymore, you know there's a clip. You can just kind of pry on just that spot, and hopefully that clip doesn't explode. Okay. Got that one side off. Let's get the other side off. Maybe that'll help. So over here on this side, if we just pop this. Okay, so there's another one of the clips. So there's obviously some clips in the middle here that are holding it on. I think those are the last ones. So let's try the ultra gentle method here with the spudger. No luck. So now we need to give it a little bit of jam here. Just a little bit of a pry. Just to kick it off of. There's probably 2 extra clips here that I'm pushing against. I haven't done anything yet to leave any marks. I've been super fragile so far. But this, hold on. Let me watch him pull the top part off. Well, how the hell did you get that out of there? He just used a plastic thing. I see what he did. I see, that's genius. I'm gonna use this, and I can make a bigger gap here and then just slide it through and it'll pop these clips. Yep, here's one. And hey, okay, and yeah, so there's the 2. I did not need to. Doesn't look like I needed to unplug the battery, but I'm kind of glad that I did. So okay, this is the panel here, all along here. So all right, sweet. And yeah, there's the 2 clips. 1, 2. And then we got 2 other little clips here, clips out here, and then 3 here. 1, 2, 3. Cool. So that's what you're pushing against. Just checking out these connectors. Man, they use itty bitty maybe JST. God knows what they actually are, but they use itty bitty plugs for these. All right, so I can plug this back in, but I might not. I assume this is the battery. It's already unplugged, so I guess I might as well leave it unplugged. So now we just got to free up this piece that travels out along here, and it just looks like it's a bunch of screws. I probably don't need much more of Ian's video because it's just going to be unscrewing screws. He's showing this. Yeah, there's a ribbon connector here. Screw, 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 screw. So, all right, he's looking at this ribbon connector here. And then there's another ribbon connector under this piece. And so, okay, so he's pulling the ribbon connector up here first. Pause it. And let's take care of that. So with these itty bitty ribbon connectors, they usually have this little flap that pinches the connector. So you got to push up on the other side of the connector to release this thing. I don't really know what to call this, but oh shit. Well, I just lost it. It's right here. Hopefully I didn't break it. I may have. Where'd it go? Here it is. Did he break his? No, of course not. It might slide back in there. I have a feeling that it slides back in there. Let me try to figure that out here. So one side has little grooves. The other side has little things. So I'll bet you it slides in there this way. that piece. Probably pushes down there. Let's see. Oh, I know which way this was, because I was able to pry on this. So I was prying against that. So it goes in like this. Goes in there like that, I think. Come on. Ooh, that is fiddly. That is a little piece of plastic. Holy hell. Oh, wait a second. No, this one has one. I'm good. This one has one. I'm fine. Right, I'm removing this piece, of course. Okay. So I just need to pull this ribbon connector out. This is fine. Okay, super gentle. Super gentle. There we go. Okay, ribbon connector removed. What's next, Ian? Okay, he just got his ribbon connector out. Now we're going to go to this side, maybe? Yeah, we're going to go to this side now. Okay, pull these two screws that are holding in this other ribbon connector here. Ooh. Okay. These two. Wait, nope, shit. Those two. And okay, let me I'm gonna make a little bit, I'm gonna make this a little bit more organized. Hold on. Come on. Get these screws out of the way before they confuse me. So these were the first two that I pulled out. Then it was these two. And that's pretty much it so far. Okay. So this piece can come off now. All right. And this piece goes with these two. And now there's a plug beneath. All right. Yep. There's that plug. And we need to kick that off. Trying to just see where I can pry on this from. Hey, there we go. Cool. Got that. And so now it looks like we just pull the rest of the screws, and I think that's it, really. I think that's the bulk of the work. Because there's only those two connectors. Ian's looking around a little bit. Now I am going to draw a little bit of a picture here of where I remove these, just in case one of them's longer than another. So there, then there, and then there's one down here. All of these absolutely have to come off. It looks like I have to pull this little pause button off here. And now I'm going to put this one down here. When did he pull his pause button off? Looks like he left the pause button on the board that is still in there. Okay, and then so we've got this guy. And so this is another low. And then the two highs. One. Oh, come on. One. And two. And so now I've just got this little picture on my desk, which is upside down for you. Well, no, I guess it's the right way for you guys. I've got this little picture. But see, these all look like the same screw. So this was unnecessary. But cool. This should be freed up now. Let's be super gentle. And we're there. And so inside of the micro USB, the center plastic piece just broke. It just completely broke. And And so now I just do everything in reverse. Although what's... Oh, yeah, so Ian switched it. He desolders the USB plug, but mine comes with a fresh one. So I'm good to go. I can just drop this in and redo everything. Yeah, in his video, he literally desolders the USB plug because I guess he didn't have an extra one of these. So he's doing it right now. Actually, he swaps the USB plugs out. Big fucking ups to him for doing that. I ain't down with that, man. That's a hard no from me. All right, cool. So let's just take stock here on this board. This white thing popped off of there, but on this new board it has the white thing, so I need to get this little white piece out of here. I think this actually broke off, to be honest. So I need to get this guy out. And this is just a solid piece of plastic, so there's nothing I can like hit to release this. I just need to grab it and pull. Sweet, got it. All right. I'll put this on last. There's no reason to put this on now. Put that right there. And then we've also got this little play button here and this little plastic surround. How do I get this off? Sorry, it's not a play button, it's a pause button. The pause button just fell off. The rest of this is rubber and it looks like it's glued? You shitting me? It is indeed just glued. I guess I'm going to use some E6. It almost looks like they used E6000. It's got the same sort of consistency as E6000. There are a couple of pins here, though. I just dropped this down on these pins, I guess. And it's, you know what? It doesn't need to be glued. It's going to be held down by the front plate. So, cool. That's good to go. That'll get held down by the front plate. This little pause button goes on there like, yeah, there we go. This screen has some marks on it. So let's just real lightly wipe that off. I don't know if I did that or if it was like that. I'm going to say that it was like that because there is a screen going over the front of this. So let's just do that. Okay. That makes me feel good. Ian's still over there removing and reinstalling a USB plug. What a slog. Okay, so that's on. This is here. That's good. I just need to put that thing on there. This board is sitting nice and flat. Let's put these screws back in, and then we'll connect those ribbon connectors. Tempted to do them now, but they... I don't want to have this board pop up and rip one of those ribbon connectors for some weird reason. So we are gonna... Oh, shit. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. I don't know why I'm tightening these so hard. I gotta relax. Screwdriver also is a little too small for this. Okay. This one. Listen, I'm working on illegal hardware, guys. A fucking joke. All right, last one, and then we plug the ribbon connectors in. 4 more screws after that. Snap a couple things together and we're good. This is basically just like a power distribution board, so like the damn thing will never know that that I really did this, other than like disconnecting the battery. Maybe it'll... Oh, I hope it doesn't lose a bunch of shit because I disconnected the battery. Alright, so we got this little ribbon connector here. Let's pop this one on. Good to go. And now this one, which tried to eat me last time. Hey, come on now. Okay. Get in there. Get in there, you little devil. Let me use these blunt-tipped tweezers because they got a little bit more grip to them. Now I think I need to push that little thing up. Hold on. Let me see what. Let me see what. Yeah, I gotta go back and see what Ian does about that. That little black thing there. Does he actually release it? Or does he just like point it out? Okay. No. He doesn't release that little black thing. He's just pushing this guy in. It might be all... Ah, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. And there's a little white line on it to show you when it's plugged all the way in. Okay, great. So that's plugged in. I'm going to wait to plug the rest of these in, I think, until I have that other piece on. I'd probably be fine doing it now, but whatever. Those screws, now I need this piece here to hold this left plug in. Come on. What is this? Phillips head? Yeah. Phillips head, magnetic life. Great. All right, 1 and 2. Cool. That's held in there nice. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 screws left. The right thumbstick thing. Screen is nice and clean. This top piece goes next. And the way that I pulled it off, it was kind of like top first because the top has the majority of the... You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to clean the inside here just to be sure that there's no smack in there. There's all kinds of shit on the outside of the screen, but just because I'm in here, let's just give this a little wipe. All right. And so, yeah, it's probably top first, because that's where the majority of the clips are. There they go. Wow, it's easy to put back together. Jeez. That was super simple. Okay, and so now we plug those cables back in, but I might as well just throw these outer screws on while I'm here. These are Phillips head as well. There you go, and the left and the right. Uriel says, take a picture. Too late. FizzPV says, it technically became illegal when you cracked the case, regardless of current politics. LOL. Unbelievable. Okay. I mean, we better get used to this shit. We're going to have to be repairing all of our good stuff moving forward. We are now even more of a DIY community, which is fine. Oh, look at that nice clean screen. Shit. Okay, now all these itty bitty little plugs. I'm gonna do the battery last, just in case like the battery runs some weird check to see if the gimbals are connected. I don't want it to have some annoying ass error. So we're gonna connect the gimbals here. The gimbal plugs, I should say. Hey. Hey. There we go. I've not seen these little plug headers before. I do not know what these are. They look like they're similar to JST, but definitely not the same. They're similar to like the size of JST that's on the camera plugs on the BetaFPV stuff and the newbie drone stuff, but they're definitely not exactly that. There we go. That's plugged in. Now we got battery. Hopefully I'm not plugging this in with reverse polarity. Can't imagine that I would be. The wire has like its little bit of memory. It's sitting exactly the way that it was. There we go. Okay, beautiful. That's good to go. And so now I can push this guy on. Make sure I get it left side on the left. There's a big knobbly boy on the left there. So let's get that guy lined up, the left side, and push it. Is that it? Yeah, it looks like it's down. Should be good. Second guessing the shit out of myself. All right, cool. Plug, screw, this piece, and then the last two screws in with these little guys. And so this piece just snaps down. There we go. And that piece snaps in like that. And, oh, no. These guys go first. Maybe this one's for this side, right? Nope, this one's for this side. Is it? Does it go under that? Yeah, it goes under that. There we go with that one. And there we go with that one. These two screws. Holy hand grenades, Batman. We did it. And it wasn't bad. That was not bad at all. Oh, and I thought these were Torx. They're not. But the Torx drivers always bite really nicely into Allens, so that's fine. Yeah, this is just an Allen. No need for this Torx. Where the hell did it come from? It was in here? Okay, this is probably an M1.5. It is indeed. Look at me go, yo! Shit, yeah. Okay. Where's the on? Battery 54%. Connecting. Don't say anything weird. Don't say anything weird. Don't say anything weird. Don't say anything weird. Oh, well, it's not going to connect because nothing else is turned on. So yeah, it's good. Cool. Hey, look at me go. All right. I don't think I've flown this in a year. I think the last time I used this was a year ago. I need to use this on Saturday for the Christmas light thing. They hire me every year to fly the drive-through Christmas lights, and I've now got a working plug. And you see, I've drawn the shape of the plug so that I don't act. The reason why this happened is somebody plugged the micro USB plug in backwards. And so now I've used marker to show the correct angles so that it doesn't happen again. Until it does. Until I'm in a hurry. But yeah, that's the only way that you can charge this thing. And so when you look at this plug, the flat spot with the little hooks, that's the fat part. And so the fat part goes down. Usually you can see that on these plugs, but this plug that they use is perfectly square. So it's super easy to screw that up. Also, from now on, I'm just going to plug this in with the most infinitely small amount of effort that I possibly can. And look at that. We're charging again. Ah, yeah, buddy. Cool. We can fix shit, yo. Look at all this stuff we're doing. Uriel says, what's next in the repair shop? Eva says, hell yeah. Well, I don't know, man. I've been on a roll with, like, not destroying shit. I'm not flying as hard as I used to. Let me try to show you guys what happened to this. You gotta see this. I'm hoping I can get some light in here. Hold on. Check this shit out. Check out this absolute nonsense. Where's the Camo Studio app? There it is. Okay. Look at this. Look at this bullshit. Where's that light? Here's that light. Look at the shit that happened to this thing. Ready? See the inside plastic piece? No, you don't. Because it's completely gone. The inside plastic piece broke all the way off. So there's just the little row of contacts in there. So I was able to go in with fine-tipped tweezers and bend those contacts down to get them to just barely sort of work. It was a real shit show. I gotta be honest. It was quite the mess. Ian, thank you. If you ever have a, you won't. But if you ever have a Mavic 2 controller that you need to fix, probably any of these damn Mavic controllers, Ian's got you covered. Here comes a link to the to his video in the chat. But just search for DJI Mavic 2 remote repair, and it's all there. The full breakdown. I could have probably struggled through that, but way faster having somebody pop the cover off so that you can kind of see like where the clips were, if nothing else. So yeah, pretty cool. Okay. So, what are we doing? What do we got? I've got a 1S AIO here set up for HD. This is the old Happy model. It's not going to work with 04 Lite. The BEC is not good enough, but this would probably work with walk snail. I could do a walk snail build, but like, I don't know why I would do that. Like, who's going to buy a 1S walk snail build? So I don't know what to do with this. I think maybe I just sell this on the Etsy store, maybe. We could fix this. Do we want? I did all the things. Do we check the? Let's check this. Let's see. Let's troubleshoot this basically. So left front motor is twitching, and we're gonna fix it. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I am saying? Do you? go. Let's fix the V1 prototype, the V0.1 prototype. You know, I kind of hope it is the motor, because this motor number 4 has no center motor shaft anymore. It's the one that broke off, and so this is kind of cool. Hopefully it's this. Hopefully this motor's the issue. So yeah, fuck it. Let's just swap this motor out. I gotta swap the antenna too. So that's pretty cool. Here are my extra 1304 RCX motors. Let's dig one out that's got really short leads on it. There we go. Oh, this is gonna be quick, yo. This is gonna be a quick fix. Ooh, I have another cool little panel that Brad modified the file for me. I can sneak this in there as well. Yeah, man. Yeah. This is good. Look at how mangled this propeller is. I really did a number on this thing. I did some damage. It was good. It was real good. What do I do with this? Just hang on to this. This thing is cool looking. I don't need these 2 broken pieces of plastic, though. They can go to hell. Okay. Let's knock this out. See if we can get this thing back up on its feet, so I can pound the shit out of it some more. Alright, so motor number 4 has shat the bed. Ooh, you know what I want to do? I got an email from GetFPV, one of their weekly emails. Let's look through it and see what kind of cool new stuff there is. Let's see if there's anything fun and new and interesting. What do you say? Hey, what do you say? Sound like a good idea? Let's swap this motor first, though. I need a little break from the bench. Okay. Motor is free. Here we go. I put a little bit of flux on each one of these pads. Let's clean the tip of the soldering iron. He says, Izzy and I are off to bed. Have a great night and a very Merry Christmas, everyone. You too as well. Thanks for hanging. Here we go. And we've got... Well, fuck it. Let's do all 3 at once. Here we go. Ready? Get the soldering iron nice and flat. Okay. There's my problem. It was the motor. That's interesting. The wire broke right here. Inside the insulation. That's kind of crazy. That is kind of wild. No shit. Damn, dude. Well, amazing. I'm really happy about that, because that means I don't have to replace an ESC, which would have been ultra annoying to pull this whole build apart. Damn, dude. The wire broke right in there. Holy hell. That's crazy. I'm going to remove this. No, I'm not going to remove this bell. This whole thing is trash. Garbage. Alright. So, we solder this one on, and we roll. I will fix the antenna, I think, real quick. Alright. Replacement motor. Get some of these tools out of the way here. And... Come on, you bastard. There we go. Alright, 1. 2. And the third one I'm going to have to force over a little bit. It's just sort of not quite on the pad. There we go. 3. Yeah, that one's looking good. Let me just redo this first one just a little bit, just to clean it up ever so slightly. Yeah, nice. There we go. Wipe off the tips of these tweezers. They're all gunked up with excess flux in there. Shit gets all gummy. And cool. This guy is still stuck to the VHB. Throw these motor screws in. That was insane. I'm very happy that was what was going on. That's really nice. Shit. Okay. That's why you never blame the ESC, man. Always blame the thing that's easy to fix. Blame the fucking motor first. Don't just... I totally jumped to conclusions. I was like, yeah, it's totally the ESC. It's gotta be. I was just beating the hell out of it. It gradually made less power. That's all. That would only possibly be an ESC failing. Nah, man. Shut up and blame the motor. Come on, get in there, buddy. There we go. All right. 1 screw. 2 screws. 3 screws. I will put some super glue in here to because I don't want to break these arm ends off. I want to break the arm down here. And so I want to keep these arm ends alive so I don't start breaking motors, or so I don't have to change the arm out. So I will rescue these arm ends here at some point. Okay. This VHB is holding up okay. Alright, let's get this antenna going. No more soldering iron needed. Alright. Also, I could do a TinyWhoop order. Well, maybe I don't need to do a TinyWhoop order. Maybe I can get everything I need from WeBleed. We're gonna look on WeBleed first. See if I can get everything on there. I was gonna do a TinyWhoop order to get another clone popper, but I think I'm just gonna use the Propodial from now on. To be honest, I'm really digging the Propodial. Okay. Here we are. Did I lose one of these screws? Nah, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. And what's all this shit over here? Get out of here. All right. So, do I even need to pop this off? No, I don't think I do. I can leave this on. Nah, I'm gonna have to pop it off to get the new antenna in there. That's fine. Okay. And so, yeah, this antenna is hammered ass. I think it was broken even before this, so totally fine with it dying the rest of the way. And, all right, and so I'm going to pop this little communications bundle, as I love calling it down here, which is just my analog VTX and ELRS receiver zip-tied together. I'm going to pop those out. I'm also going to pull this antenna out of here because I need to get at this little bottom pad. This little bottom pad was is totally like a temporary solution to this thing, just to give me the newer version of my frame here. It doesn't just have this massive chasm under here. It's got a piece of a little stringer of carbon fiber that you can use to zip tie to. But on this version 0.1 prototype, this little simple TPU panel here is completely fine and will do exactly what I need it to, which is just to give me a spot to for the ESC and flight control, the receiver and VTX to just kind of live on. Yeah, there we go. So just put them against that and run one big zip tie around it just like I was before, and we'll be good to go. That's absolutely perfect. Amazing. So here we go. I've got to get the shrink wrap removed from the VTX. It looks like I used 2 pieces of shrink wrap. That's kind of interesting. This is a VTX from absolutely forever ago. I believe this is an E-Sheen VTX. It's got a little microphone on it. And I think I remember this being like my preferred VTX, but you couldn't get it from anywhere. It was really hard to find. I think you had to order it from... this is back when we were using Banggood for everything. And so... there we go. I just need to get this shrink wrap released here. All right. Oh, and unfortunately, the VHB is stuck to this piece of shrink wrap, so... oh, God damn it. This is going to be a pain in the ass to get off of here. It's not too bad. We're going, slowly but surely. Come on. Yeah. Get out of there. Come on, you bastard. Ah, sweet. Okay. That is awesome. And so now we're going to unplug this antenna. And I'm just going to keep using cheap shit. I should probably just use a whip antenna. Yeah, you know, I'm not going to ruin another CP antenna because I'm just smashing the living balls out of this thing to see where it breaks. I'm going to use a little whip antenna. I think I even have a super short whip antenna somewhere in here because this is a really short run. Oh hell, I could even just use a piece of bare wire antenna, but nah, we'll use a proper whip antenna. Yeah, fuck it. I'm going to use this one that's on the desk that I just got out of the V4 kit. Am I? What I'm going to do is put this away. Is that what I'm going to do? I have a bunch of these ultralight antennas in here, but you really don't need an ultralight antenna for this kind of a setup. Now, yeah, I'm just going to use this antenna that the 04 light came with. This is totally fine. So, we're going to snap it on here. I got it set up to run kind of downwards. And then I am going to sneak a little piece of shrink wrap back over this thing to hold this UFL antenna down. And so let's get that situated here. Somebody's got pen and paper. Lewis says, what's your main concern for this frame? Just an indestructible ripper. Pretty much, yeah. It's got a really good camera protection. The camera is really deep inside the frame here, and then the front motors are really out in front, and then we've got the devil horns to protect the motors themselves. I mean, you should be able to use this for more than just that, though. You should be able to use this for like cinematic-ish stuff. But there's going to be props in view, right? And so, like, unless we, which we might, do, like, a set of dead cat arms, although there's not much of a gap here, right? So if we do, like, I would love to do just a front set of dead cat arms to swing these back. I don't know if that'll pull the props all the way out of view. But yeah, the original ethos behind this was a 3-inch freestyle frame that was just like all of the 5-inch freestyle frames, and it just didn't exist. There just wasn't a 3-inch freestyle frame that had like any fucking thought put into it. It was really frustrating. And so I took little bits from all the different frames that I loved and incorporated them into this. It was not like a groundbreaking, you know, there was nothing really groundbreaking about it, other than the fact that like nobody had done it for some reason, for micros. And so yeah, I wish I hadn't waited so damn long. But now is a really good time for this thing because the 04 light drops right in here, as we saw on the build that I did at the beginning of the stream. Perfect timing for it to be harder to get DJI stuff. Maybe it won't be hard though. Maybe it won't be hard to get the individual DJI components. You never know. There's got to be a way around this bullshit, right? All right, let me see if I can shrink the bottom of this up without melting anything. There we go. Good enough. Might not be shrunk all the way down, but that's okay. We're just putting it there basically to hold that UFL on. Oh no, it shrank all the way down. Yeah, it's perfect. Cool. And so now these two guys get VHB'd back together here. The VHB is still plenty sticky. Plus I'm going to put a zip tie around this whole shit to hold this together. And so now we put this back down on the bottom. I am going to put a little piece of VHB on the bottom there. I'm surprised that I didn't have one on the other one. That might have been why it was moving all around down there. So here, let's do this. Just get a little piece of this going on the bottom of this thing. Although it can kind of slide around all at once now that that bottom piece is bigger, so I could probably get away without doing this. But we'll do it anyway. It takes 30 seconds. All right. And so just throw this on here. No big deal. All right. And so now, from what I remember, I had this relatively centered and right around there, I think it was. And then the zip tie came up over top and pushed them both down. And there's plenty of room here for all these wires. Yep, that's good. And then this guy's going to go up to that mount. But first things first, we need to do the ELRS antenna. So just do a little loop here to eat up the extra antenna length. Wait, no, that ain't it. Is that how I had it looped? Going this way? Yeah, it's going this way. And so drop it down like that, and then just throw these guys on here. Super simple. Nothing crazy. Every once in a while, these guys will kind of like turn to the side. Just straighten them back out. It's all good. No biggie. On like a hard crash, these things will kind of like turn to the side a little bit. There we go. All right. And so they're like holding that bottom plate down. That looks fine. Yeah, I mean, this could certainly be, this whole situation could certainly, this antenna kind of sucks, but the antenna is all buried up in there. It's fucking fine. I'm not undoing it. Let me do the zip tie right now, and it looks like I was using, is that 2 zip ties? No, it's just 1. Looks like I was just using 1 of these little fellas, so run this around. And this is the boring shit that I usually do on my time. But, you know, when you're streaming for 12 hours straight, you gotta do some shit that's maybe not the most interesting. But I don't know, maybe somebody out there will learn something. Maybe somebody didn't know that they could use VHB on the bottom and then a zip tie up top. I don't know. Okay. And so I'm zip tying down on the UFL a little bit, but also I'm missing the button here. I don't want to hold this button down on the VTX. So this is just kind of going right in here. And I'm just not gonna like crank down on this zip tie. Like I'm just gonna tighten it a little bit because I don't want to put too much stress on this UFL. And so that looks about right. We got the VHB on the bottom holding it in place. I don't think it's going anywhere. So snip that off. And we should be pretty much there. Drop this into this mount here. Hopefully this will clamp down on this tiny little wire. Oh, you bastard. It's not gonna, is it? This stupid wire that they used on this is too skinny, isn't it? Oh my god, I heard you. I didn't see you. How did you get there? How long have you been standing there?
I just came in.
Jesus. Scared the shit out of me.
I'm going to bed, so I'm just coming to say.
No.
Yeah.
Don't go to sleep. Stay awake all night.
But I brought down your moose mug.
Thank
When
you.
you're ready.
Thank you.
I love you.
Alright, so this mount's going to go here. Nice mount me hat. You know what that's from?
No.
I don't either. It might be from a movie. This is all. I'm glad I didn't go with a shorter one. Well, I might cut a little bit of this shrimp wrap off here. What am I going to do about this? Maybe it'll go in here. I don't think it will, but maybe it will. And that can kind of stick out like that. I'd be down with that. Can you go in there, little buddy? No? How about you just stay right in there, just like that. And just be cool. Everybody be cool. Just stay in there. Yep. That's turning the little corner. It's holding that other wire down. You can just chill just like that. Now I'm just going to slam these zip ties on here and we're done. I'm going to use 2 zip ties. One on the top, one on the bottom. I think we'll be alright. Oh, we going to be alright. This one to go one way and the other one to go the other way. So we're going to go in here and I'm just using the zip tie to get this mount. And this zip tie I am going to crank hard because the zip tie is clamping the TPU down on the wire. And so we got that one there. I should have put the bottom one on first, but I didn't. And so now we're going to put this one on in the other direction. I don't know why I like to do them in opposite directions. It just feels like a good idea. And so now this one's going to be on the bottom, and I'll show you in a minute. But I really love this style of TPU antenna mount because it clamps down on the antenna cable. So that the UFL never gets ripped off. Oh, I just lost a piece of the carbon on the arm. Alright, and so here's what this looks like. You've got those guys tightening up that TPU onto the wire. There we go. See it? Cool. So that should be fine, in theory. Maybe not. Never know. Could be good. Should be good. New antenna. Oh, this antenna is going to take a fucking beating. Oh, God. I don't love the way that sits in there, but whatever. That antenna's not going to last long, but it's the least of my worries here. Antenna's good to go. Motor's good to go. Camera's looking fine. Stack screws haven't backed out. Still hate this stupid goddamn capacitor here, but I'm not going to replace this power lead. That's insanity. That's silly. I mean, I could just desolder this thing. I'm just going to desolder this thing. I'm so fed up with this, and it kind of makes the power wire get down towards the propellers and shit too. And so here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to rip this off, and I'm going to leave this PDB, or maybe I can just break the PDB off. I might actually do that, or just cut the fucking PDB off. But I'm getting this the fuck out of here. This is nonsense. I'm not having this anymore. I just cut this PDB. If I cut the PDB, fuck anything up? I don't think so. I've never cut through one of these before. Ooh, they're strong. Ooh, it's strong. Guess because it's got like a bunch of layers of metal in it. Oh, God. I might not be able to cut through this. Jesus Christ. This was a mistake. I might need to Dremel through this. This was a stupid idea. I'm kind of like nibbling through it. I mean, this... I'm pretty committed at this point. Like, I feel like I'm getting through this no matter what at this point. Oh, yeah, it's tough. It is tough. Woo! Shit, yeah. Okay. I see you. I could probably just rip this off, though. How the fuck? I have... Oh, sorry, guys. I have so many problems with these capacitors breaking off. I'm trying to rip this one off, and I can't get it. How the hell does that work? Bro, come off. Holy hell. What in the shit is going on here? I mean, I could just desolder it, but the soldering iron is off, and I'm kind of curious as to how hard I have to crank on this fucking thing to get it to pop off. You know what I can do? I can just jam a screwdriver in here and twist it, and it'll pop it right off. I'll bet. Holy shit, dude. Well, this makes me actually feel a little bit better about how strong the legs are on these. There it goes. Oh my god, dude. That was something else. That was difficult. Okay, I always thought these things were like, just, you put it on and it was immediately in danger of breaking off. But that, I put some fucking force into that. That's pretty cool. Okay. I'm cool with that. Makes me feel better about these capacitors. Okay. So, now I have this big ugly thing, and I would kind of just like to cut through it. But boy, is it fighting me. Oh, I have a pair of You know, I've been dying to use this pair of Nipex cutters. Hold on, be right back. Ooh, this cap thing obviously does not know who it's fucking with right now. Oh, we about to get medieval. I'm gonna do this in one hit. I don't know if I'm gonna be strong enough to do this. I hope it doesn't fuck this cable up. But I got a lot of leverage, so maybe this will be easy. Oh my god! Just need some leverage, I guess. Okay, there we go. Well, there's the end of that. Cool. Sweet, yo. He's just that. Okay, that's incredible. That is incredible. These are Kleins, not Nipexes. These are Kleins. Project Farm turned me on to these. He tested a bunch of these, and these were the best. Man, that just annihilated that. Hold on, let me throw these back in the garage real quick. All right, way to go, Donnie. Man, we are getting some shit done. It is a real scene over here. This thing is ready to go, and there's no stupid, worthless flip-flop on it anymore. Let's see if I can clean this up just a little bit here. Yeah, there we go. That's looking good. Just want to take the sharp corner off there. Make sure it doesn't rip the battery strap or anything. Okay, this thing is ready to go. Better than ever. That guy's blown up. All right. The other thing that we changed between version 1 and version 2 is the cutout. This cutout in this one is a little bit too shallow, and in the new one, we made the cutout much deeper and rounded, so that you don't, so that you can run the camera higher, you can run more up tilt, I should say, on the camera. Wow, we are good, man. We are cooking. And then I'm just going to take this out and absolutely annihilate it again. Like, just batter the living shit out of this thing. It was so funny, man. Like, I was trying to do, like, really gnarly shit. But then, like, I kept not crashing. Like, it kept going through the gaps that I was trying to shoot. I'm like, dude, come on. Can you fucking... Like, when I don't want to crash, all I do is crash. When I want to crash, all I do is hit everything and, like, nail every gap. And, like, yeah, great. Thanks. Thanks so much for that, you bastards. But we got there. Eventually, I started doing that little trench run. And that created some good slams. All right, so yeah, I'm going to put some super glue in these arm ends tomorrow, and then throw this thing in the vise to strengthen up these guys so that we don't start breaking motors. I can actually probably do it all at one time. Yeah, fuck it, we'll do it right now. Where's that super glue at? Super glue, where are you? There you are. Are you still somewhat liquidous? No. No. You've gone completely stiff, haven't you? Just like me. Just like your dad. You've gone stiff. Maybe, though. Hold on. See if I can squirt this super glue inside the motor. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? I got a little safety pin here that I usually use for this exact task. Where the hell's my safety pin at? What? There it is. FizzPV says, shrimp wrap that circuit board to prevent shorts. The traces are exposed on the edge now. Yeah, that's a good idea. That is an excellent idea. There we go. We'll make it a little bit of... Might be able to get a little bit of super glue out of here. Let's see. Come on, buddy. Give me a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of super glue. Come on. Oh, hell. Oh, I think this is... I don't think we got any. Oh, shit. There... Oh, God. No, no, no. Easy. Oh, fuck. Ugh. Ugh. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I feel like this is going to ruin the silicone work mat. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No. Oh. Okay, that's in the garbage. This is a bad situation. I'm gonna need some acetone for this, I think. Fuck, and I got it all over all sides of the arm, so I can't even really put it in the vise without locking it into the vise. I usually skip this step, but I'm gonna have to use wax paper for this. And so I should have a little piece here. Okay. Wax paper. Got it. Okay. Let me run to the garage where the vise is. Hold on. Be right back. Yikes, man. Oh, shit. Hang on, folks. Let me grab some nail polish remover. All right. Maggie to the rescue. Let's see what we can do here. So we got some nail polish remover, which should have plenty of acetone in it. Let's see what happens. Okay. Come on. Oh, God. Well, it's all together now. Oh, stop it. Stop running. Come back. Okay, what if, let's do some of this, maybe? Let's do some of this. A little bit of this. Pull this back. Come on, man. Come on, it's feeling pretty good. It's feeling good. I think we might have gotten away with it. Oh, it smells down here now. Oh, boy. There are some spots. There are some spots that might be in this silicone mat forever. I have a feeling there will forever be evidence of this moment. Alright, well, maybe I should have left it on there for a little bit longer, I guess. Let's try a little bit more. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Alright, come on over here. Come on over here too. Let's put some here. I'll just let it sit. Let this acetone sit. I move it around with my finger, maybe. Maybe that helps. You know? Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel it doing something. It's breaking it up. Yeah, this nail polish remover is serious shit. Jesus. Oh no, this is dried up here. Stop drying up. Come on now. Oh yeah, dude, it's eating the shit out of it. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Come on off. Still, you can still see it. I like to try to keep this mat somewhat clear. Let's try some good old-fashioned isopropyl, which I have right up here. Let's see what this does. Probably nothing, but you never know. Isopropyl. What can you do? This mat looks like shit now. Jesus, what the hell? Why? Right, hold on. Isopropyl. Oh, it made it worse. Yo, that super glue like ate into this silicone. What in the shit? I think we just have some evidence of this live stream now on this mat forever. Eventually I'll get annoyed by that and I'll buy another one of these mats because they're only like 20 bucks or something. Like they're astonishingly cheap. What is all this? I think this is all the residue from the let's just whoops. Oh well. Let's just see here. What if we just get this all the fuck over? Oh man, I didn't think that was gonna happen. Come on now. Come on, clean it. Clean it, you bastard. Come on, nail polish remover. Do it. Do it. Clean it all the way. Good enough. Much better than it was a minute ago. There was like lots of super glue residue, I think, on there. Oh my god. Alright, well, crisis averted. We don't have giant super glue blobs on here, but yeah, I can kind of feel it, like the super glue kind of like ate into the silicone. That's wild. Whatever, we got most of it and didn't use all of Maggie's nail polish remover, just most of it. Oh, shit. Oh, there is a very, very strange combination of spells in here right now from what just happened. But that quad is in the vise. Those that arm end will be good to go. And then it can go back out for more abuse. I'll put this in my broken shit bin. And damn, there we go, man. Another repair. And a good one. Okay, so. How much time we got left? 46 minutes until I can take this goddamn hot-ass banana hammock onesie off. It's not a banana hammock onesie. I just like the way banana hammock sounds. All right. Let me get caught up on chat. Z-Bones is still in here? What's up, homie? This is like the witching hours now. Things slow down towards the end of these 12-hour streams. In a minute, though, I'm going to pull up a GetFPV email, and we're going to see if there's anything new and interesting. Z-Bone says there's a spray to quickly set CA glue. Might help next time. You know, I've been meaning to get some of that. Apparently, though, you can also just use baking powder or baking soda. Either baking powder or baking soda. It's a trick I learned from Tested, Adam Savage's YouTube channel. And what's cool about using baking powder or soda is it adds a little bit of like mass to it. Like it adds like something there, so it kind of like builds the joint up. It almost turns into like concrete or something. Fizz says Hobby Lobby has the spray. Danzilla says apparently the spray makes it weaker too, though. Interesting. He is brilliant. I was a pretty hardcore Mythbusters fan, and when that show went off the air, I was very, very sad. But yeah, man, Tested has taken Myth. I mean, it has nothing to do with Mythbusters, but just having Adam Savage on, available to us mere mortals is pretty goddamn magic. He is such a fucking cool dude. All right, here we go. So, Uriel says there's a good resonating joke at Christmas. He also says someone just passed by my house. He was walking his dog for the morning walk. I should go to sleep, but no. FizzPV says it's fiberglass. I wonder what we were talking about. Mupshot says, why are you working on the little screen, not the big one? Yeah, I forgot. Fizz says shrimp wrap that. Oh, right. Well, it's over there now. How can I remind myself? I'm gonna leave a piece of shrimp wrap out. That's gonna be my reminder. Oh, I'll put a piece of shrimp wrap on that on this little guy here, on this prop that has the prop screws that I need for it. Yeah. There we go. Okay, cool. I'll remember when I get that thing out of the vise. Maybe. FizzPV says, and a better thing to do that with fast setting casting epoxy bonds with the resin in the carbon better. That's cool. I never thought about using epoxy. That's a good idea. Uriel says, have you seen a small CNC machine from Ali? I fix other things with it, but I heard people can easily make a carbon frame from small sheets. I haven't seen the small CNC machines other than Ryan. Ryan sent me a picture of his, Ryan Harrell, and that's what he used to cut my frames. He cut my frames at his place with his small CNC. Kevin Sumner's in the house. What's up, dude? How are you? Hopefully your Christmas was awesome. Denzel the Turtle says drugs residue. Kevin Summers says, Merry Christmas, buddy. Left a present on your PayPal. Hold on. Let me get in here. And, dude, holy shit, brother. Thank you. Kevin Sumner with a $250 PayPal. He says, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Holy shit, man. Thank you. I guess I'm not taking the onesie off. Well worth it, though. Hold on. Let's math. 3. Damn, bro. Thank you. Holy shit. So that takes us to the end. I don't even need to run the timer anymore. That takes us through. Damn. Okay. So I got like 10-20 minutes at the beginning of the live stream without the miserable bunny onesie, but you guys then just completely. All right, hold on. I'll wear the hood, but I'm opening these goddamn windows. It is definitely a little bit colder outside than it is in here, and so this'll help for sure. What is with these blinds? Stay up, blinds, you bastards. Here we go. This will actually be kind of nice. Oh, yeah. What's it like outside? Yeah, it's a little cooler outside. Ooh, that's the stuff. So, hey, the Sony A5100 has soldiered through about 10 out since 2 p.m. So, it's about to be 1. So this Sony camera has been running nonstop on a little Apple power supply on the same dummy battery for over 10 hours. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So I think this Sony A5100 is going to be my new camera. I also have autofocus turned on tonight. And I think it's been doing really well. Somebody comment though that's been watching for a while. Have you noticed the auto on this camera here? Have you noticed the autofocus struggling at all and kind of like hunting around, or has it been locked? It seems to be pretty damn locked. I have it set on fast autofocus, and then what I did is I told it to prioritize focus on the top of the screen because that's kind of where my face and forehead usually are. But man, I mean, that's quick. That's like not obnoxious at all. And it doesn't seem to hunt. I usually hate autofocus because like right now it'll just randomly hunt back and forth. But this one's working really well. And like it's kind of nice that I can just like do that and it'll snap focus and then it'll just whoop and it's back. So It admittedly, it is annoying that every single time I turn this camera off and on, it defaults to the full wide zoom like this. And then so every time I got to turn it on, I got to come in here and zoom it just right like that. Obviously not the end of the world, but I can get a prime lens that'll fix that. And prime lenses typically are better than lenses with moving elements. There's a really nice Tamron lens that I found here that 24 millimeter, which is pretty much what this is at right now. And then I mean f2.8, like whatever, but it's a prime lens, and prime lenses are baller as fuck. They usually look amazing. So yeah, I'm considering renting it for a week from Lens Rentals for $27 just to kind of test it out, or I can just snag one. There's a couple of them on eBay for $150. I'm tempted to just kind of grab one. This one actually looks really nice. It comes with this lens hood. I always love lens hoods. Yeah, I'm super tempted to just snag this, but I think it makes sense to rent it for $27 whole, you know. Lens Rentals is such a nice website to kind of take advantage of. So yeah, I think I'll do that. You know, buying something from eBay, like, yeah, you can technically return it if you don't like it or if it doesn't work, but it's way more annoying. I'm admittedly spoiled from Amazon being able to just willy-nilly buy shit, and then if you don't love it, you just return it, and it's whatever. But, you know, I don't want to support the motherfucker that runs Amazon. So yeah, that's probably the route that I'm going to go, but we'll see. I'm super happy, man. This was such an awesome Christmas present for my dad, and I'm really impressed with this camera. I do have another power supply on the way, though, because this dummy battery power supply, the cord is a little bit short. It's a coiled cord, and it's a little short, and it's like pulling it against the monitor right now. Not the end of the world, but yeah, this camera is pretty rad. FizzPV says, posted mine in the general Discord. Oh my god, a little CNC. Look at that. Cutting some wood. That's pretty slick. Look at that. Genmitsu. I've heard of Genmitsu before. Look at this just nothing little thing. It's obviously not nothing, but like it looks like not a whole lot. Dude, that's rad. I'm assuming it takes some learning though to get it running without breaking tips all the time. Jimmy the Cow says focus has only jumped to your head a few times while talking, but it's been on point the whole stream. Dude, hell yeah. Love that. Kevin Sumner says, did you know that shrimp wrap was developed by... Here we fucking go. My man, Kevin Sumner, coming through. Shrimp wrap was actually developed by Captain Long John Silver in 1969. He sold fried shrimp with the remainders from making the shrimp... Wait. He sold fried shrimp with the remainders from making shrimp wrap, and that's what took off, so he pivoted. That's awesome. FizzPV says it does 2 foot by 2 foot. That's pretty cool. That's plenty of room. Captain Long John Silver. Oh, good stuff, dude. Good stuff. Hell yeah. Fizz says, not a lot harder than 3D printer. You're just taking away instead of adding. Uses the same G-code. Wow. That's slick. That's really, really slick. All right, cool. So I got a GetFPV email that I hung on to. Let's take a look. Mark is unread. Where is it? There it is. So, let's see here. Happy model ES900 Diversity 900 megahertz ELRS. Don't buy this. Just buy the Radiomaster XR stuff. And then you'll be good to go. I'm sure this is fine. And it is purple, which is kind of nice. But buy the Radiomaster XR stuff. Bunch of Brain 3D stuff. That's pretty cool. The custom colored Brain 3D stuff, which is pretty awesome. Oh, the new HD0 stuff. Yeah, I'm really digging this HD0 Gamma AIO. I don't really need one right now, but I love that this exists. ELRS on board, 45 amp, AM32 ESC, and the G473 flight controller. I think it's like $90 though, but really, really, really nice, man. Really nice for any digital build. Looks like it's let's see what it costs. I'm pretty sure it's $90 though. But you know, I mean that's what fucking AIOs cost. And HD0's been doing a great job with their ESCs lately. Yeah, $90. $90. Really cool though. And it looks like it has a plug header for digital. And so for a digital build, you're soldering on the Vbat and ground, and that's it. And then you're just plugging directly into the 04 Pro or the 04 Lite. You're going to plug in it looks like a UFL for your ELRS, and away you go. That's rad, dude. This is awesome. This is kind of silly, having the capacitor on there, but whatever. Good stuff. Really, really good stuff. Luminaire stuff. I'm not all that interested in Luminaire stuff. I haven't had great luck. The frames are great. They're designed by Ryan Harrell. But most of the other Luminaire stuff, I'm very about. HD0 Whoop V2 bundle with the Nano V3 camera. I can't believe that they still sell this. 200 milliwatt. All the MIPI cameras. I don't know how this is a new release. I guess because it's the Nano V3 camera now. But yeah, I don't know, man. 200 milliwatts. That's not a lot, and it's a whole extra board that you got to put into a small build. I don't think this is for whoops. I think this is for like bigger stuff, but I don't know. I don't know who this is for. This is a little confusing to me. AOS 1404 4000s. I wish the KV was higher, but I'm sure they make acres of power. I I don't know. How much are they? $18 per. That's fine. I'm sure they're totally fine. Uh, 1605s in 3900 kV. That's a, you know, it's a little weird to have a 1404 in 4000 kV, but then a 1605 in 3900. This 3900 kV is way more realistic for a 1605. This 1404 needs to be like 4500 kV. And then if you don't want the extra kV, you just motor limit it down a little bit. This 1605 is much more interesting. A motor like this is gonna crank a 3.5-inch propeller. This is gonna make mega power. Apache Smoke Wounded Snipers in the house. What's up, dude? He says, good morning. How are you holding up, bro? I'm fine. I am totally fine. Uriel says that G473, what's different with G474? I actually don't know. That is a good question. I do not know the answer to that. Kevin Sumner has been running an A6400 with 35mm prime lens for video conferencing and streaming for about 5 years. It's been great. Very cool. I don't know the Sony cameras at all, but I'm assuming that the A6400 is a bunch of models up from the A5100 because numbers. Because that's how numbers work, I should say. So yeah, this 1605 is much more interesting, but you know, this is competing with the Xnova 1804s, and the Xnova 1804s have been just absolutely bomb-proof, and so I'm gonna stick with them. I also don't know if this has a 3mm motor shaft. It very well might not. It does not. That is maddening. I can see it. I can see it in this picture. This is only a 2mm motor shaft, so don't buy this motor because all you're gonna do is bend motor shafts. That is really a shame. That is a super, super, super shame. That is a missed opportunity to make a really good 1605. Oh well. I do not recommend that motor. Unless you're going to do some kind of cinematic flying, but even with cinematic flying, like if you crash even just once, you could very easily bend a 2mm motor shaft. This is a big heavy motor. This is going to be on like a 300 gram all-up weight setup. Xnova 1804 has a 3mm shaft, and then the T-Motor 1604 I think also has a 3mm motor shaft. They're going to be much better options, even for cinematic stuff. Vifly Neo Halo LED light strip for the DJI Neo. That's pretty cool looking. Looks like it's got a little control board there. That's pretty slick. Duct guards for the DJI Vbat II. That's less slick. It's got all this material here. This is going to wreck. The whole point of the Vbat II is it runs forever. Don't fuck up the aerodynamic situation with this. This is odd. I don't know about that. Vifly Tactical Light, that's kind of slick. We're supposed to have lights on our shit anyway. Aquila 20 RTF kit, that's kind of interesting. Hack RC stuff, I've not had good luck with. I would stay away from this. Hey, there's Joshua's parallel board. I have one of these. It's awesome. Absolutely love it. If you need a parallel board, cannot go wrong with this one. And you're supporting Joshua. Caddx Protos. Plenty of people have been talking about this. I don't really know anything about it. Seems okay, but I don't know. Pavo Pico, I'm super interested in this. I'm not willing to spend the sort of the money on one. I've been trying to get BetaFPV send me one, but they don't seem very interested. But yeah, the Pavo Pico, all of the new tiny little 04 carrying BetaFPV rigs look to be pretty fucking awesome. This one's pretty cool. If you're gonna fly something like this, I don't know why you would do it with an 04 light. I feel like the 04 light is gonna shine in a super ultralight build, like what we've been doing for the whole year, pretty much. If you're going to have something that's bigger and heavier like this, you might as well have an 04 Pro in it, right? And so, I don't know about this. Like, I'm sure it flies totally fine, but this is a CineWhoop, and this is a CineWhoop with a camera that's not quite good enough for CineWhooping. So, yeah, I don't know about this. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It says here it's 53.7 grams. You know, you can build something that's like 30 grams to carry this camera around with no props in view or ducts in view. So I would go that route, but I don't know. It's cool, I guess. Oh, look, a Lumineer backpack. Look at this fucking thing. Look at all this Molly. This is Molly. It's modular. The military's modular strap system that everybody has now ripped off and uses. Looks alright. Look at all these dividers. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, this is just like the Torval bag. Compartment up at the top that you cram your transmitter in, and then a whole bunch of dividers. I don't love bags like this. Like, this... I really like the BPX bag that I've got because it's got a specific spot for... a specific spot for the transmitter. Let's see where they've got the transmitter here. Oh, they're using a silly little transmitter. Well, that doesn't help anyone. I'm sure it's totally fine, but, like, you know, it looks to be basically the same thing as the Torval bags. So, yeah. What else we got? Tactical FPV pouch. No, that doesn't matter. Runcam Thumb 2 4K with ND filters. Pretty cool. Very cheap, right? Wow, less cheap. $143. Half as much as the fancy new DJI thing that's roughly the same shape. So, yeah, good deal. Used to be less expensive, but probably a great deal at 143 bucks. I've heard really good things about the Runcam Thumb 2. Oh, this is cool. Chad Rain's FPV 04 armor. So this is something that you can very easily hook up to an 04. He also made an 03 version of this. And it will put the 03 or 04 into full power mode. This is actually really, really, really cool. This is a super cool thing. It's not really for FPV, but it's for like ground-based RC stuff or weird situations to get your 04 up to full power. This is great, man. This is great that this exists. How much is it? Yeah, whoa, that's a little expensive, but I mean, whatever. If you need it, you need it. 52 bucks. FizzPV says Thumb 2 is nice, totally worth it. Yeah, that's what I've heard from absolutely everyone. I've yet to hear somebody that's like, nah, Thumb 2 sucks. Bunch of SpeedyB stuff they're talking about here, back in stock, very cool. SpeedyB makes shockingly good stuff, man. Oh, look, their receiver is back. What the hell? I emailed SpeedyB about this receiver 6 months ago, and they told me they weren't making it anymore. That is really interesting. Whoa, it's more expensive than it was. 121 bucks. I've heard it's really good though. Maybe better than the Rapid Fire. Probably just the same though as the Rapid Fire. Some ARM LEDs. Yeah, SpeedyB stuff is great. Fully built Cosmos streamers, really expensive when they're fully built though. $780 is a lot. You can get a Raspberry Pi for 100 bucks, 150 bucks, and then the Cosmos streamer license is 150, and slam it together and away you go. Yeah, Veritas Woozer says Thumb 2 sucks. You heard it here first. There we go. Finally, I've heard someone say that the Thumb 2 is not awesome. I don't know why on earth you would buy these, but hey, they got them back in stock. I'm absolutely. I have no idea. I have no idea why you would buy those. Let me add the. Now that this A5100 is working, let me add it to this scene here. Media source. Nope, that's not it. Add capture card device. There we go. HD60S Plus. That's a little big. That's what she said. Put this down here a little bit. Oops, shit. Oh, go. Is that in the corner? That's in the corner. Okay. Where's that sitting up top? Let's drag this down. It needs to be above right monitor. There we go. Gear Fund 3. We can move this up. Why is that not moving? Nope. Want that. There we go. And it's awesome. Cool. One by one. One thing at a time. You know what I'm saying? How's that look? I want a little... can I do a little... no, I'm going to shrink myself down a little bit. Just a little bit. So that it doesn't bleed over that text there. Now we're talking. Better. I need a little... I want a little border on this. Is there a... can I put a little border? No? Properties? No, that is properties. What about filters? No? Oh, did it just die? What happened there? Why did it... What happened to you? Don't die! What'd you do? Oh, I know what I know what happened. I went in here. I'll come back in a second. UVs, 420V, nothing, everything. Now it'll be back. There it is. Gets weirded out when you pop into that menu. I wish I could do a little border. I know how I could do a border, but I'm not going to do it. Goggles X. Nobody wants those. Deep Space Rock 7. Long-range drone. Interesting. Nobody cares. Seeker 5XL frame kit. Arms look a little skinny. Not much arm protection here. Euro says a Raspberry Pi project. Great. Fizz says, after watching you in that suit for this long, I kind of want to make an OBS avatar of Teddy for you. Oh, I got those batteries charged. Hey, let's take a break from this to do a little bit of flying since it is 1 a.m. I don't want to make a huge ruckus upstairs after 1. Plus, it'll give me an excuse to take this hood off. All right, couple of quick batteries. I want to see with the Vbat voltage battery sag compensation turned off. I want to see what happens. I want to see if we can get above 62,000 RPM here. All right, we're gonna do the 280 mAh battery first because this thing cranked. I think because it was lighter weight. Okay, here we go. Lava V2. Let's see here. All right, Lava V2. What kind of RPM can we pull? Here we go. The big one. Woo! That was a sketchy run. But it felt fast, bro. 57,871 now. Let's get this LiPo a little hot, though. LiPos like to be hot. Alright, that was a whole bunch of full throttle blasts. Let's try again. Woo! 58,108. Nah, we'll try the 320 in a second. But hey, I didn't fly up here at all tonight. Oh, God, I tried to wait until the absolute last second. Look at this, yo. Look at this. Look at this. Ready? Oh, come on. Expose for it properly, you jerk. Some of you can see what it is. It's a leg lamp, bro. It's the leg lamp. There it is. Look at the tassels. Coolest nightlight ever. Oh, we cook it. Oh, there's a person there. I didn't even... I didn't realize Silly was there. Holy shit, I could have killed her. The TV's not on. I've never known this child to sit here without the television being on. I've also finally turned this thing on. I forget about this thing. It's really cool. It's called the WooLabs. The WooLabs. It's a cool little thing. Oh god, battery done. Woo boy, I'm getting good at going down those stairs. Holy shit on a shingle. Man, disappointing RPM on that one. Let's do this 300. Here we go, the big boy. 320 rather, 320. 320 mAh Lava V2. Let's see what this will do. Oh, I put it in backwards. Let's put it in the correct way. There we go. All right, here's the big one. 62,000 RPM to beat. Oh, this quad has taken a little bit of abuse. It is a little jittery right now. I'm going to back the PIDs off just a little bit real quick, just to make sure it's clean. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Here we go. Core temperature got a little hot. Let's just give it a second. Core temperature's back down. A couple hits of throttle to warm the battery up, maybe. All right, here we go. Come on, give me that 62,000. Oof. Felt fast. Nah, 6367. Here comes Tedward Spaghetti Word. Oh, what was that? Oh, I hit that thing. Aye. Oh, we haven't done this in a minute. Come on. Get locked in there, bitch. Oh, it's really grooving. Oh, too much, man. Wow, that fan is turned up too high. I can't quite get there. Got her! Man, I tumbled forever. Get her again, get her again, get her again. Got her again! 2 times. Oh, she ran away. I was hoping she'd come down here and yell at me. But there's a surprise down here. I heard him. There he is! Look at these fucking pajamas. Look at this effing dog. What is it, buddy? What is? Have you ever seen this sort of a thing before? It doesn't want to sit. It doesn't want to do this because of the double plugs. Oh my god, that was cool. Oh no, that was not cool. So what did I beat up on this build? What? There were some pretty hard crashes tonight. Let's spin each motor up and see if one of them is vibrating real hard. Motor 1, not great. Motor 2, not great. Motor 4, a little bit better. Well, motor 3 is a little rough. None of them are that bad, though. Huh. Wonder why this thing's all upset. Regardless, I thought we would get more RPM. That's kind of wild. I don't know why. I don't know why we didn't see more RPM after turning the Vbat sag compensation off. I'm kind of shocked by that, to tell you the truth. But no worries. We did our testing. This just started beeping at the perfect time. When I'm done with it, being the perfect time. These Lava V2 280s, these are the star of the show for me. I'm a fucking fan. Next time I buy batteries, I'm getting some of those. They're really light, like noticeably lighter, and they just run. They run for like 2 minutes, really solid. Awesome. Kevin Sumner flew whoops at his brother's yesterday. His terrier chased it so hard he was drooling foam and slept in multiple hours today. I basically broke him. Euro says borders from irritation. Super 62 says, what about the Newbie Drone 1S developer kit quad? You know, I don't know. I don't understand that whole thing, because like it's just too slow. Like 1S is never going to cover enough ground to be like actually long range, and if it is actually long range, it's going to be the most boring long range thing ever, right? Like 1S is never going to be able to go more than like 30 miles an hour, maybe 40 before you're like full throttle, and it won't do that. Like you can't run it full throttle. The battery's going to sag like crazy. And so you've got this like long range rig that's only going to be able to go 20, 25, 30 miles an hour. And so it's going to take you 10 minutes to get long range. That's just so boring. Like I don't get it. Like, I understand it from the perspective of like people will buy it, but like I don't want anything to do with this. It's like, you know, FPV is about fun, right? Like Mavics, whatever, right? Like Mavics, sure, run for a half an hour. Okay, they'll go pretty far. You can just hold forward and have a conversation with your buddy, right? Like it's FPV is about like actually flying, and actually flying is not going 25 miles an hour for 10 minutes straight. Like I just don't get it. I don't know who this is for. I don't know who is gonna fly this more than like 3 or 4 times. You know what I'm saying? And like also, you know, like long range means like you go in the mountains, you go somewhere cool. This is not going to have enough power to fight off any kind of wind. And so it's going to be fucking wobbling all over the place, right? Like the response time is going to suck. It's going to fly bad. I just don't get it. I don't have any interest in it. And I don't know who it's for. I don't know who's going to fly this more than a few times. Is it, like, what am I missing here? Is it, you know? FPV is about fun. I don't think this is going to be fun. I think this is going to be torture. It's got no power. It's... And like, why? Like, what? Like, why do we care about putting an 18650 in there? What's wrong with lipos? They're more fun. They're easily available, right? Like, why? Why have an 18650 that if you crash this thing is going to pop out and you're going to lose it forever? Not to mention that, right? You've got like an open bay with an 18650. So like, you bang this thing into something, that battery pops out, it's gone. Right? The GPS is, well, I guess if it's sending GPS back, I guess you could maybe like use the GPS and to like find its last known location, but like that's gonna be a pain in the ass. You know, it just, this whole 18650 thing completely escapes me, and I've flown one of a very similar build a couple years ago at Rampage, and it was like. And Joshua and I had the exact same reaction to it of like, wow, it flies on an 18650, and then like 20 seconds later, it's like, okay, well now what? Like it just flies terrible, has no power, as you know, like, and so you're just up like, and like you fly over there slowly, and then you fly over there slowly, and then you fly back to yourself slowly. I just don't get it. If it was like a 3S 18650, okay, maybe, but then it's going to be heavy as shit, right? Like, yeah, I just don't. 1S is not for long range, in my opinion, in any scenario, because it doesn't have any power. So yeah, I don't. Sure, from like a we want to sell something different standpoint, and like people love just buying different shit for the sake of it being different. I get it, but like, I have a feeling that everybody that buys this is gonna fly it 3 times, and then just be like, "That's the least fun thing I've ever flown," and that's it, because they're certainly not gonna do long range with it. What like, you know, you need to find a long range spot that's like totally windless and sit there for 20 minutes just waiting for it to go 1.5 miles. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a curmudgeon. But I don't know. I don't think anybody... I can't recommend this to anybody. I don't know. But look, man. You know, Ferrari had to make an SUV so that they could make enough money to support all of their other cars. And so did Porsche, and so did Aston Martin, right? Like, every single car manufacturer makes an SUV that they can sell an assload of to make money for the company to stay in business, and then they have money to put into their fun stuff and their good stuff. Maybe this is Newbie Drone's SUV. And if it is, you know, no hate. It's all good. But, like, I don't want to talk about it really, or get it, or play with it. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems to me like the most boring thing you could ever fly. GetFPV says, I knew 280 would be the secret sauce, lol. Uriel says, I do, it's fun, but different. Let them do GPS points, is a hobby. Yeah, fair enough. Denzel the Turbo says, I'll race that little guy with my long-range rig, 6S 7000 mAh. High volt battery, eats mountains for breakfast. Yeah, see, that's a long range rig. Oh, Maddie, what's up, brother? Maddie Blunt says, Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. Merry Christmas to you as well, my friend. All right. iFlight Zing 2207, Unibel 2050. That's a lot of KV. Jesus Christ. 2050 KV on 6S. My God, man. That's a lot. A lot of KV. Zing motors are great, though. You all know that. TBS stuff, I don't get it. I don't understand why anybody would still use TBS stuff, but, you know, you do you. What? No. In stock for 119. What? 119, that's the normal price, right? That's the old school price, isn't it? Ooh, 100 on the DJI official store. What's that? Really? Why is it only $100 on here? What's that about? How? Is this real? Store.dji.com. That seems pretty real. We noticed you're browsing from the US. For the best shopping experience, go fuck yourself, it says. Switch to local site. United States, here we go. 109, and it's out of stock. Okay, so it's $100 somewhere else. Singapore, it says. Okay, fair enough. But yo, $119 on GetFPV. That's pretty awesome. But the 04 Pro is what I really want. I really want an 04 Pro. I got super screwed over by the SD card port not working in this one, and now I can't get it repaired. Yeah, I don't think I need another 04 Lite. I've got the one in the 1.2 inch prop RC car chasing rig. I've got the one in the 1.6 inch prop 2S Whoop. I've got the one in the 2-inch rig, and then we did the build tonight. And I think that's it. I don't want to put the 04 Lite into anything bigger than this. I think it's going to be amazing in this, and I'm really looking forward to flying this. But I don't think I need any more of them. You know, it's the 04 Pro that I'm super interested in, and I really wish that I could get my hands on, but they've been out of stock forever, and I assume at this point they're not coming in anywhere. So I don't know. It's a shame. Xylo stacks. I don't trust them. Zahad. Looks like that's all wings. Vass Ion. Don't buy Vass antennas. The owner of Vass is transphobic. Buy TrueRC antennas. Great company. Great guy that runs it. Hugo is awesome. Happy Model Mobula 8 2S Whoop HD 0 though. This has the good motors though. This has the 1102 13500s. Awesome motors, but I don't understand the HD0 thing on a rig like this, but if you're diehard HD0, this is an awesome build right here with these motors. This thing's gonna shred. 100 amp 4-in-1. Jesus. That's a lot of amps. Axis Flying Manta 5 SE Bind and Fly. I think I'm gonna have to buy a build. I think I'm gonna have to buy a build to get another 04 Pro. I think that's the only way. Patchy Sniper did his test flight, Holy Bro Copus X8 on 8 T-Hobby F90 long range. That's power for you. Jesus Christ. I don't know what that build is. Let's see. Holy Bro Copus X8. Let's see what Apache Smoke was. Okay. Jesus, what are you using this for, dude? Do you have a medium format camera that you're picking up? Jesus Christ. Wait, why is it only... Oh, it's just the frame. I was going to say, how the fuck... It's an expensive frame. Jesus. That's gnarly, dude. I actually really like this, though. I like this having 8 5-inch... Having a 5-inch setup with 8 of them in order to pick up the camera. I like that a lot better than going to like a 7-inch or an 8-inch or a 10-inch rig. I think this makes a lot of sense. I really do. I think this is a really good idea as a way of picking up a medium format camera. Flyfish Atlas 4-inch long range. I kind of feel a similar way about 4-inch long range. Like, just why? It's not going to have the power or the speed. Like, you need more power and speed from a long range rig, I think. For proper long range, at least, right? Why does the... It looks like... It doesn't look like there's enough contrast here. But then this looks fine. I'm still kind of dialing in this... This A5100. Hold on. I fucked this up. It's only when I go into there. There we go. I need to spend a little more time kind of screwing around with this. Crop, pad, sharpen. I got the sharpening dialed in. I had it over sharpened for a while. Ooh, look at all that sharpening. Look how cool I look with the sharpening turned up. No, it looks stupid. Just enough. Just a little bit. Just like that. That's about right. Density, saturation, hue. No, I just got to get the contrast more locked in. The contrast slider in here doesn't work all that well in OBS. It really just annihilates the highlights. And then there's no... I don't know. I gotta find a better plugin for color correction in OBS. Density, saturation. What is cool is I have this plugin that lets me work on individual colors, which is pretty slick. So I can like drop this, drop just this red background down. But the problem is there's a bunch of red in your skin, so you got to be careful. Red saturation. Yeah, see. Oh, it is witching hours up in here. I'm getting tired. There we go. A little bit of extra red saturation. Ooh! Finish strong, Ciotti. Finish strong. In the chat, Yurga says, okay, that's something else, not your thing. FizzPV says, my 4-inch turn will go 70, lol. Yeah, I mean, a 4-inch rig it'll go fast, but like, I don't know. I don't think that the wind that you typically get with like a proper long range mission, right? Like, to me, long range, you have to have really good response time and wind resistance, because the whole point is to fly it far away to something really cool looking and then to bring back some awesome footage, right? And so like, I'm sure that a 4-inch rig with an 04 Pro would be pretty goddamn good. But I just wonder if it has enough jam. And like, here's the other thing. Why? Like, just build a 5-inch rig for long. Just build a 5-inch rig and then just fly it far away, right? Like, I don't necessarily understand the whole. I mean, I guess you could use like the sub 250 argument, but a 4-inch rig that's sub 250, that's gonna fly like a bag of shit. And so, like, yeah, I don't quite understand it. Could just be me though. Apache Smokes says, I put a link in Patreon Hangout. Patreon Hangout, rather. There it is. Look at this guy. He's got a fucking video up of it. Oh my god. There he is! There's the Apache Smoke. We're gonna get copyright ding-donged. F90 long range. 8 of them bitches. 60 amp. Oh, look at this thing. Oh, you can see all of the fucking. Oh, that's cool, man. That's gotta feel cool to fly that with all. Just being able to see all this. That's rad. Holy shit, dude. That is bananas. Alright, let's see what it does. He looks like he puts the nose down here. That moves. That moves for sure. I don't see I don't see speed in here. But that's okay. You can just tell. Damn, dude. That's slick. Big fucker. Oh, there we go. Little tiny hit of bounce back there. Yeah, but more degain if it'll take it, if the tune will take it. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to tune because it's just a 5-inch times 2, but it's heavy and it's gangly and there's all kinds of weird shit going on, so it might be weird. Dude, very cool. Very, very cool. Awesome. What are you picking up with that? What's the plan with that? Johnny FPV DIY kits, walk snail. Oh no, there we go. DJI 30404 Pro. Flyfish Volador VX 3.5. Okay, I've heard good things. 0 motor protection at the end of the arms, which is insane, but you know. Pick up where you left off. Beginner friendly stuff. Clearance stuff. Some silicone wire. There you go. Look at that. 28. There you go. Told you there were 28 yeah, 28 millimeter. So there you go. They exist. That's in reference to my frame here being split base plate, and so there's a 5mm difference between the front and the rear standoffs. So you could run 28mm up front and then 23mm in the back if you needed to put like a tall stack in here. Ooh, it's actually getting cold in here. Hold on, let me shut that. Let me shut that window. Hello, little dog. There he goes. He gonna bring it back while I shut this window. Yeah, it is cold out. Okay. I'm down. I'm down with the cold. Ooh, I farted. Ooh. Ooh. Ah, the dog brought it back to you guys. He brought it back to you guys. You see that? I need to eat something. I'm fucking fading. Oh. Thank you to all of you beautiful bastards that came and hung out. This was super fun. Grueling, but very fun. Ow. Don't get these. Not great. Not bad, but not great. Woo! Ooh boy. Nothing else super interesting in here. QAV Pro, this is the weird 2-inch one. I don't think you should get this one. I think you should get the other QAV, the QAV Cinna. It's 2.5-inch. These 2-inch rigs are really loud. Really loud. The 2.5-inch rigs are loud enough. But a 2-inch build that's this heavy, it's just like it's no good. Get the 2.5. There it is. QAV Pro they call it now. They used to call it the QAV Cinna. This is the one that you should get. It's barely any bigger. It's going to give you the potential to lift more, and it's going to be a lot quieter. Get that one. Oh man, yeah, I let some cold air in for sure. Here we go. We work through a GetFPV email. Let me do an order. I don't think I'm going to do the order from... Oh, but they do have these in purple, though. I really want a couple of these ORT microwaves. And this purple color is only TinyWhoop.com. I found out. I talked to ORT about it. Oh, and he has the Nano 5 as well, which we do want to test. All right, hold on. So let's see what WeBleed has. There's some stuff that I really want from WeBleed, like the bleed eye camera. So let me see what if WeBleed has the RunCam Nano 5, I'm just gonna do a WeBleed order. But they won't, because that's my luck. Well, there's the bleed eye. So we're just take care of that. What is it? Nano 5? Let's search for it. Nano 5. Nano 5. Nerp. They've got the bleed eye instead of the Nano 5. For all I know, they could be the same fucking camera. Kind of is what it is. The Angelo Turbo says, give Teddy pats and love him up for me. Alright, come here, buddy. Get over here. Come on. Give me that squirrel. This dog loves chasing some squirrels. Ah, you bit my hand, you bastard. Oh, shit. Look at you, big boy. Give this fucker shaking baby syndrome. Oh. Lazy. Get up. Get up and fight. Arr, good dog. All right. What else is on here? What else is on here? So, this is tough. There's some stuff I want from both of these. How much do you have to spend to get free shipping? I don't think that either one of these guys do free shipping anymore, so I might as well just put 2 orders in, right? Danzilla the Terrible says, I want to see a bunny suit drum solo. Well, you're going to still want to see that because it's 1 a.m. here. I'm not 1:30 a.m. I'm not waking up the whole house to play the drums. Apache Smoke is still looking for a good camera for it, but it's a bit hard to spend money now in my situation. Yeah, fair enough. ZipFPV says, I didn't care for the bleed eye. The fisheye felt non-uniform, almost like it reverses in the center. Well, that's pretty much exactly what the TinyWhoop camera does, and it's why the pinch, and it's why I didn't like the pinch. So that's interesting. It must be, yeah, the racers will love it. The racers seem to love the pinch. I don't understand it. I don't know why you would want the center zoomed out like that. I want the center zoomed in, if anything. But that's okay, you know. Racers are the ones that are going real fast, so they know what they want. Okay. Well, I really do want those purple ORTs. So I'm going to do a little TinyWhoop order, and then I'm going to wait. Oh, that's right. I want to get this. I want to get this aerosol firefighter can thing. Okay. Well, I'm going to wait. I think I'm going to wait on the WeBleed order. Because they have some interesting propellers coming in. And so I'll do an order when they show up. I'm going to grab a Nano 5. I do need some props. I'll come back to that in a second. I'm going to get a 30 millimeter and a 50. Okay. And then clone popper I don't need anymore. I'm going to stick with the Propodial. I would love to have one of these, but man, $35 is a lot, and I just keep breaking them. I also don't know that they now sell the fork, which is great and all, but they have hole and no hole, and I don't know which one is which. It doesn't say whether this is hole or no hole. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But man, the Propodial has been amazing. So I'm just going to stick with that for the time being. So let's see. What's new here? I'm going to get some of the new propellers for sure. What is this? Why is this? Oh, I thought this was the new stuff section. This isn't the new stuff section. What are you doing, buddy? Chewing on that squirrel? Good boy. Where's the new stuff? Where's... Oh, that's right. You just click store twice. What the hell? You used to be able to just click store twice. Oh, how do you get to the... How do you do it? There's a way to do it. Can I just type like /all up here? Oh my god, it worked. Okay. Sort by date, new to old. New to old. Look at this. What? 270 mAh TinyWhoop battery with the little plug header. That's pretty cool. Clone popper fork only. We found that one. Wobbly 6 2024 V3. That's pretty cool. There's the Nano 5. 702 32,000 Anisopter edition. Interesting. Oh, they've got the bare wires on them. Ooh, buddy. Yup. One of them, please. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot. That's the Mobile 704 canopy with the adjustable angle. Although I don't think... They did. No, they did. It's got the bayonet mount, so it should work with the flywheel filters. Oh, man, I'm getting 2 of these. That is excellent. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. If it was here, I would smack it, then kiss it. Ooh, they have the Mobile 704 in stock. Good for them. Oh, and it's got the new canopy on it. Fantastic. Now we're into some motors. 802, 33,000 kV, Project Topspin. Interesting. I'm going to stick with the GetRC 1002 25,000s. 702 27, 702 28, 702 45. These are super tempting, but they're direct solder only, and 45,000 kV is probably too much. But super tempting, man. 45,000 kV. Yin Yang says those canopy bayonets are a little flimsy. I've lost 2 flywheel filters already. God damn it. Uriel says, is there a Mobula 6 race now? I don't know, is there? I don't think so. Could be. Did you see? I didn't see that just now. 702. Oh, the Fireflies are now 40,000 kV. That's kind of fun. There's the purple ORTs. Replacement lens for Nano V3/Lux. This is actually pretty cool because this specific lens scratches really easily. There's the Crazy G473. A 1.8 inch prop. Sold out though. 1.6 by 1 by 3. I think this is a new propeller. 1.6 by 1 by 3. Oh yeah, 1 mil shaft, 1.5 millimeter shaft. There's that sim controller. Oh, I wanted to do a giveaway. God damn it. FizzPV says, are you truly out of your blue ORTs? Yeah, the blues and the reds ran out. I fucked up. I didn't order enough of them. I will do another ORT order, but I gotta sell some of these whites and blacks. I have a shitload of the white and black ORTs. I need to move some of those along so I can do another ORT order, because I have to order in half decent quantities from ORT. Mobile 8 Freestyle with HD0. Interesting. TinyWhoop Juice Box. What? What's that? Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. Just put your batteries in it. That's neat. My throat's itching and I make this noise to scratch it. TinyWhoop Go Bag. What? Good for them. Okay. Sweet. I'm not going to play the video. I don't want to get ding-donged. TinyWhoop 2x2 fleet box. Oh, for both 65 and 75. That's cool. I like that. I like that. 75's here, I guess, and then 65's here. Slick. Yeah, there it is. 75, 75, 65, 65. I like that. That's smart. But it's 1S only on the 75s, and I'm never going to have more than one 75mm 1S rig. That same box with 2S set up for 2S for 75s, that would be the jam. Air 2 frame, we know that's good. We've tested the shit out of that. Oh, there's the Uno box. That's neat. Hummingbird 702 30,000. Oh, look at that. PH 2.0 charger cover for the Whoopster. That's neat. I don't know why, but it's neat. Hummingbird race. Ah! Hat landing pad. I like that. That's neat. BT2.0 female to male. That's interesting. What would you use that for? Oh, you hook this up to your charger. And then having this little extension lead is way easier than putting the batteries down to the charger. This is actually really nice. This is actually really nice. FizzPV says, add some more to the black and white. They show out. What do you mean? They show out? Tattoo, 300 mAh batteries. The nimble stuff, which is apparently really fragile. Oh, they don't have any of the new props. I was assuming I would come across the new GemFan props on here, but they don't have any of them. What? Dude, what? Where are the new GemFan props? I'm gonna have to do a WeBleed order. Oh man, that's no good. They do have the hard-mounted Mobile 704 canopy, no ND filter, but this canopy is tough. I like this canopy a lot. The Micro V's, Matrix, motorizer is kind of cool. Oh, I need more E6000. Wait, do they not call it E6? No, they do. They do. They do. Where'd it go? There it is. Oh no! It's sold out. God damn it. God damn it, dude. No, it has that little fine point applicator. Balls. Why can't I ever do an order where everything that I want is in stock? Why does that... Why will that never ever happen again? Oh, the black and whites on my website are out of stock. That shouldn't be. No way. No way. I actually just updated them, I thought. There they are. Custom ORT Micro V. What the fuck? The yellow... What? Why are the yellow ones the only ones showing in stock? Thank you for letting me know. What the hell? How did that happen? Black, I have a lot. At least 15. White, 15. Published changes. Okay. They're back in. Jesus! I don't know how that happened. Man, I am the worst at inventory. It's just brutal. Where were we? We're here. Yo, I can't believe they don't have the GemFan props. That's so annoying. The new GemFan props, at least. Because a couple of people have said they're awesome. Well, in that case, I'm gonna wait, I think. Damn. Wowee. Wah-wah-wee-wah. Let's just see real quick. Let's just keep scrolling for another minute here. Nah, see, I recognize, I'm into stuff. Yeah, I remember this stuff. Last time I went through this website, it was this stuff. Damn, dude. What? Well, I mean, I guess it kind of doesn't matter because shipping is not free on any of the on any of these sites. But like, I hate the. Oh, we're live streaming forever, Vessel. This is my life. This is where I live now. This is it. So over here, I'm looking for BetaFPV is sending me some of the Air 2 canopy, which is awesome. This is interesting. Need some of these. Need some of these. These, I mean, this is fine. This is the new one, the by one, the 1.2 by 1. The 0.9s are completely fine. I don't see a reason to kind of move over to this. I don't need more pitch. This is interesting. A purple Air 2 frame is really cool, actually. So I would almost certainly, especially for $6, it's totally worth it. I'll look at the Nightwing motors just out of curiosity. And then I do need some of the red WeBleed propellers. Oh, and I do want this fire extinguisher aerosol can for down here, just in case, which is $35. I'm probably a little bit too tired to get either one of these orders in, because I'm definitely gonna forget stuff, and I'm paying for shipping, and it drives me insane when I pay for shipping and I forget stuff. So I am going to, what I'm gonna do is leave this window open, and I'm gonna add these tabs to it, and then when I'm in a better mental place, when I haven't live streamed for 11 hours and 50 minutes, I'm gonna come do this order. But we are going to rock this shit until the fucking wheels fall off in 12 minutes. Anybody that wants, where am I at? OBS. Anybody that wants this number to become a little bit less rounded off, it's your last chance, yo. You got 12 minutes left. Uriel says, in Thrust we trust. Next time I'm going to number of shout to Holy Man. CiottiFPV does. FizzPV says, are the ARM LEDs on your Etsy priced per LED or price per kit? Per kit, 4 of them. You get 4 of them for that price. And I'm just now starting to lose my voice. That's about right. That's about perfect. I've really learned over the years how to maintain my voice on these streams. On these ultra long streams. Here's a good... Oh, you know what? I didn't get through... here's the NX69 versus BetaFPV V2 testing that we did earlier. I'm going to do an entire live stream around this, and we're going to retest. But these are pretty interesting. I've got a tiny little bit more flight footage for you people. 2-inch 04 2-inch 04 light turtle with 1103 11,000 kV motors on 2023 S's. Just finished this build up the other night. Flew absolutely awesome. Check it out. Check it out. This was the battery where I was shredding pretty good. It has, by this battery, I'd turn the PIDs up quite a bit, and when I cruised it straight ahead, it was pretty windy. It does have a little bit of something, so I might have gone a little bit too far with the tune, but this is like the 3rd battery I ever flew on it. Very fun. 2-inch baby turtle, 2S 300 mAh batteries, 3.5 minutes of runtime. I wasn't hammering on it, but I also wasn't not hammering on it. Super fun, man. This thing is an absolute blast. I'm really happy with this. We just finished this the other day. But I did play that at the beginning of the live stream, so we are going to swap over to... Yeah, here you go. So there's that. Compare that to a TinyWhoop. This is a 75 millimeter, 1.6 inch prop TinyWhoop. It's so funny to see these two back to back. Just the difference in speed is absolutely absurd. And just like cruising speed, like this just settles in and it just like chills, and you fly it nice and low, and it's cool and it's fun. But man, that 2-inch non-prop guarded rig, it just covers so much ground. But then you like get into a tree like this, and the little TinyWhoop is way better, or like ducking into the garden or whatever. Really, really fun. Yeah, so there's that. And then I also have... What's this? Oh. Oh, these are the first couple batteries that I flew on it. Where did... Oh, I just quit out of... Anna? I think I got... where's the other one? So that's the battery where I broke it. Oh, yeah. 1S 65mm at that little jungle gym. That's what I didn't get to show you guys. Look how bad this thing is getting killed by the wind.
65mm rig, just for comparison. Newbie drone 0702 MAH.
This is the Mobula 6 2024 on the 40,000 kV 0702s.
I'm trying to stop the momentum so I can go down the slide. I mean, maybe I
It's
should just be.
it's really fun, but any wind at all, and you're just doomed.
Yeah.
Totally doomed. And like when you're flying outside, there's wind, but like stuff like that, like that little dive just now, is just like nothing with a 1S 65 whoop. You just done.
Oh, clip will go.
Really fun, but tough. I was super impressed by the 2S 1.6 inch prop rigs. FizzPV says, got new motors for the Synologue, so going to use them, then replace them. Thank you for all your ordered place. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, wind's kind of pushing me.
Very cool.
Here. There we go.
Boy, I do not want to wreck that name, but I'm gonna give it a shot. Ruchan Zoo sent $20 over on Venmo. Very cool of you. Thanks for the tips, tricks, and all the live stream hangouts in 2025. You're certainly welcome. Thank you so much. There it is. It's Yin Yang. Yin Yang. Thank you. Very, very cool. My pleasure.
Got the 2 minutes.
My absolute pleasure. So there we go. We're not such a round number anymore. I love it. Where's it at? Where's Gear Fund 3 at? There it is. Yeah.
Is that way down to that thing?
Here, a little more. Mobula 6 2024.
Oh, just barely caught it.
This was fun, but like when
the
even just a little bit of a breeze pushes you around, it's like that really kind of ruins it. But man, a jungle gym like this on a windless day with a 1S 65, oof, that's gonna be a blast. That's gonna be an absolute blast. This little spot is right across the street from me. Actually, this is kind of like where I test a lot of stuff. It's some very specific kind of a church. I don't
back here,
really care much about religion. Shankin FPV with a $20 super chat. He says, "Happy holidays." Thank you, dude. Oh shit, that last minute surge. Thank you, people. Thank you, Shankin. Fizz says, game them to me in off-axis Secret Santa.
Super tight and technical little Mobula 6 2024 AIO is lighter and has less capacity.
I was not flying very good by this point. I was kind of struggling. We're gonna leave that one out. I'm gonna play this live stream out though with some of that baby turtle 2-inch footage because it's just good. It's just real good. We're gonna go here. Yeah, it's god damn, dude. The 04 light, it just looks so good. And this is without I would love to figure out a way to get an ND filter on it. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but this is flying it in the middle of the day. This is not when you want to fly this setup. This is a setup for like golden hour, for sunrise and sunset. It's a little flip booky here. It's like frame. Big gaps in between the frames. But what is kind of slick is I can do this. Let's find something cool. When's something cool gonna happen? Well, bombing down the street really low is pretty slick. So like, oh well, no, there we go. Ready? So, you can just half speed, and it looks beautifully smooth. But it's boring. It's boring at 50% speed. Look how clean that is, though. Look how clean the tune is on this thing. Yeah. Yep. Comes right back around. Little tiny touch of prop wash there. I think I missed this. Yeah, I hit that other branch. So it's hard to do stuff like that with the open prop setups. They just have so much momentum. They just end up like hitting little branches all over the place. I did eventually get it, though. Looks like I got it here. Yeah. Hiya. So this is in race mode at 100 frames a second. But, you know, we want the speed with these freestyle setups. That's pretty cool looking there, though. Ready? Yeah. That's pretty rad. I like it. Well, that's a cool little sequence there. Let's do that in half speed. Fuck it, do it in quarter speed. That way. Ooh, a little sloppy on that move. But then this. Ay. That's good stuff. Well, it's 1:58 in the morning, and I've been live streaming since 2 in the afternoon. Thank you guys all so much for hanging out. This was wild, as it is every year. More insanity for 2026, I guess. Let's see how long any of us can survive. Oh my God. Thank you guys all so much for all of the support this year and tonight and just in general. It's really cool. I'm so proud of what we've all done in this little community for how TinyWhoops fly and how micros fly and even like 5-inch rigs and CineWhoops and shit like that, man. Like we've all, you know, chipped in and helped out and tested shit and thought about stuff and theory crafted shit, right? And yeah, we've made a difference. Like we've absolutely pushed the way a lot of different FPV rigs kind of fly, all while hanging out on Discord and making sure that, you know, we all keep an eye on each other's mental health and all that good shit. So thanks for hanging. I'll see you guys. No stream tomorrow, obviously, because I gotta recover. But Sunday, I'll see you on Sunday. I got a gig on Saturday afternoon with the Mavic. Now with my working Mavic controller, wherever the hell it is, plugged in, I guess. Yeah, it's charging. And then Sunday at 3 o'clock Eastern, as always. I'll see you then. Where's it at? There it is. Cool. Thanks for hanging, friends. CiottFPV.com to support me. Buy some of my stuff on Etsy. And yeah, see you Sunday. Thanks for all the support. Happy Merry Christmas, MFers. Here's the third battery that I flew with that Baby Turtle HD. Oh, just scraping the ground. Look at me, just scraping the ground. Scrape that fucking ground. Me from yesterday, 2 days ago. Love you guys. Bye. See you Sunday. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Out in the yard where the grass grows wild, CiotFPV's goggles locked, grinning like a child. Teddy spaghetti's, fur flies, and jet wash dreams. Yeah. Chasing small whoops like a dog possessed fiend. Eyes on a neon blur, hard in the chase. Bit fuzz and prop spin, all tangled in place. Yeah. Four-legged rebel with a rotor stir tail in the circus of the sky. They never fail. CiotFPV, Teddy Spaghetti, dynamic duo kings, barking at the breeze, throttling at top speed, they zooming through hoops, flipping in style. That's
Teddy's on pause, side by side legends breaking all the laws. Through the kitchen over couch scale terrain, backyard mayhem in their flight domain. No ground too sacred, no loop too tight. Fuzz fuel fury ignites the night. When pilot and pup lock eyes on the prize, every whoop they conquer is a fresh cut surprise. Yeah. Yo, Shotty behind the sticks, Teddy's leading the pack. Prop guard missiles unleashed, never looking back. No leash, no map, just freestyle Mike. They on the dog drone streets every day and night. Said whoops, hitting low, gotta nail the dive. Teddy push throttle up, feel the beast come alive. I see the neon arc, got the sticks locked in, Teddy. Yeah, let's rip this loop, ride the roar of the wind, Teddy. Yep. Yeah, CiotTFPV, Teddy's spaghetti, diamond that duo king, sparking that the breeze, throttling that top speed thing, zooming through hoops, flipping in style. That schnauzer's got throttle and a toothy smile. Teddy's spaghetti. Barking at the breeze, throttling at top speed thing, zooming through hoops, flipping in style. That schnauzer's got throttle and a toothy smile. Yeah, when you hear that bar cut the rotor hum, you know Ciotti and Teddy's mission's just begun. FPV's fur-faced legends, legends singing loud. Yeah, Teddy spaghetti and CiotTFPV always.